So, I'm back, and I hope you guys have subscribed because we've just begun. Like I said the last time, we haven't even scratched the surface. We are unpacking a lot of information. We want you, the viewer, and the listener to be sufficiently informed as you make the necessary decisions as we move forward to grow this very great country of ours. This is Andrew Ndola Ndolo, and you're watching Stori Za Siasa on CTA, cleaning the airwaves, and we're really cleaning them. And this is important for Kenyans to catch. This list of suspects who ended up in the ICC was born by the Waki Commission, Justice Waki, who gave the envelope. And that envelope is the one that then ended up with the ICC.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back. This is Stori Za Siasa, understanding Kenyan politics. What? This has been insane. With none other than Andrew Ndola Ndolo.
Yep.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's extremely humbling. It's very humbling just where this has gone.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, when I was, this is a very weird way to start it, but you know me, I'm a guy of off script.
Yes.
I've been looking at a lot of people and they call themselves honorable.
Yes.
I was even just about to say with honorable Andrew Ndola Ndolo. Where does this honorable thing come from?
I think it comes from the British. And I used to feel that it describes a person. So you've got to be honorable to be referred to as honorable. We've made it like a title the way we say doctor. But in reality, if you ask me, if you do not carry yourself with honor, why should you be referred to as honorable? And it's a big thing. And then at the grassroots, where some of us play as politicians, it's used to empty your wallet. Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa, and then Mheshimiwa usinwache hivyo. So it's used to open the wallet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason why you see I've started there is because I'm like that word, as a guy who follows the great book, leadership and servanthood go hand in hand.
True.
And sometimes when we say the word honorable, we elevate the person.
True.
You know what I mean? So even in the perception of the citizen, the electorate, that's what you like calling them.
Yes.
Every time you say that, you're referring to the citizen, the voter.
Yes.
It gives sort of a Goliath mentality.
True.
Yeah, so dangerous. But anyway.
Big man
syndrome.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yes.
I'm going to start with you. I'm going to ask you, I always have to start by asking you a couple of questions, but I want to know, what has it been like for you?
Yes.
What kind of impact have you seen? What has just been like for your life?
Yes. It's extremely humbling. In areas where I frequent, people are coming up and saying, hey, wow, I saw you. I'm watching you. I'm on episode 4. I'm in episode 5. And what they do, when they tell me that, I ask them, are you watching the short versions, which are on Instagram or TikTok, or are you watching the full 40-minute, 50-minute, 1-hour episode? A lot of people are watching the shortened versions because that's how social media works. But I tell them, you need to go and watch the longer one. Because what happens is when you watch the longer one, somewhere in there you'll see us criticize, and then you'll see us give credit to the same person, because we're trying to be as balanced as possible. But when you see just that part where either we criticize or you praise, you get the wrong message. You get half the message. And that has happened. Somebody shared one of the clips on Facebook, and then, you know, somebody goes down there and says, oh, this guy's campaigning for Ruto. Hey, taka, oh, look at him, he looks broke. He's, you know, they go personal. And so I read a few comments, 2 negative, 1 a little abusive, and then others are just critiquing the message, and then others are praising it. And then at the bottom I say, you know, kindly watch the full episode, and then so that you criticize from the knowledge of the full, or particularly the full, that full 1 hour. Watch the full one. So but it's interesting. What excites me is that that there's even a conversation out there.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, that excites me.
And I like that what Stori Za Siasa is doing. It is bringing the political conversation down to the layman.
Yes.
Not for the sake of an agenda driving,
Yes.
but for the sake of understanding
Yes.
how we got here.
Yes.
It needs thick skin.
Yeah.
You need some elephant skin, as one of my cousins was saying.
Yeah, well, you know, luckily, because I've played in the political space, I know what it's like to be criticized, to be insulted, and at the same time to be praised by somebody who wants something from you. And because we are not doing this because I'm putting a label down there saying MP, wherever, or senator or governor, so that you know this is what I'm angling for, it's a comfortable space for me. Very, very comfortable. And you remember why we started this. I just felt that I have played in the political space slightly from 92, but heavily from 97, and very heavily from 2000, where I'm a player and I'm inside. Now, somebody asked me on Facebook, somebody I know sent me a message. They said, Andrew, why now? Why now? And I said, I didn't answer. So I kept throwing it, and I said, when we're next doing this, I want to answer that question. So why now? And this is why now. My children are at an age to start families. My firstborn is a mother. My twins could be fathers any day. My lastborn is 21. These are now adults in their right space. They are making decisions that will affect our home, our family, the community around us, and the country at large. That's point 1. Point 2, and this is critical, and the listener and the viewer needs to catch. I am older than the sitting president and the sitting deputy president.
Wow.
I am older than them. They are my younger brothers. So if for nothing else, let me say what I know. These guys are younger than me. There's stuff I've seen or I know that maybe they don't know. Yes, they are president and deputy. Yes, they sit up there. But there's stuff I know. And in the past, people who know more have kept quiet and things have gone wrong. And I'll refer you back even to the family setting. When my father died, I was 19 going 20. We ended up in a protracted succession battle as a family from 1984 to 1997. People who could have and should have stepped in spectated. We spent millions with lawyers. We still had to end up making some level of peace. Today I relate with my half-sister and most of my half-sisters so well, I wondered all those years that were lost. So instead of spectating and pointing fingers, I said, let me do what I can. I am going to call it like it is, in my humble opinion. There are areas I'll be wrong. There are areas I can be corrected, and I have no problem with that. Let's be civil. Correct me in a civil matter. If you disagree with me, you're right. Just like it's my right to take a particular direction. And as you've seen in some of the comments, people are critiquing in the right way. They're saying, no, you're wrong on this, you're wrong on that. And because we've invited those questions, when we go there, we will elaborate.
I love that.
Yes.
First of all, that's, for me, the reason as to why, because I also have the why now.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
I've only had, again, I say I've had over 170 conversations on this platform.
Yes.
There are a lot of people who have just joined the platform now.
Yes.
So even my interviewing style, they don't like it. And I
Yes.
keep telling them, I'm not interviewing.
Yes.
Right now, if you see my hands, I have no paper and no questions.
Yes.
This is a conversation that I'm having with you
Yes.
that I was having before.
Yes.
I have just I don't like keeping gold to myself.
True.
God has given me the gift of accessibility to various different, I call them culture shaping icons.
Yes.
And anytime I have these private conversations, I'm like, can I please put a camera so that we can have these conversations with other people in the room?
Yes.
Now, politics is a space I did not want to enter.
Yes.
Because it's mucky, it's dirty, it's toxic. I've only had 2 political conversations, and one of them I even deleted from the channel. People keep asking who, ... You will find out in time.
Yes.
It's only Martha Karua that I kept on. And the reason even I brought Martha, I wanted somebody who would be honest and not just give me the one-sided version of politics.
Yes.
You have done that beautifully, and I pray you continue to do that for the sake of, because I also have children, for the sake of not even my generation, but the generation to come, so that they can make better informed decisions. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I said I have to start this one with the usual. Let me tell you, I told guys to give questions, and giving questions they have given. Yes. Let me say, even before I get to the questions, people are watching from everywhere.
Yes.
People are watching from Meru.
Yes.
People are watching from the diaspora.
Yes.
And I want you to tell people to get in the comments and see where they're watching from.
Yes, actually, we really need to know where you're watching from. So the one thing we from a point of humility, ask you to do, say, I'm watching from here. I'm in Meru, I'm in Kitale, I'm in Isiolo, I'm in Marsabit, I'm in Hola, I'm in Juba,
I'm
wherever.
In Uganda.
I'm in Uganda, Tanzania. Please tell us where you're watching from, because for us, it's how do I put it? It encourages us when we know our audience is vast. So please tell us where you're watching from.
Sawa.
Yes.
I'm going to call this session Kiboko time.
Yes.
Where people come with their questions and their corrections.
Yes.
So let's enter some Kiboko time. And
Yes.
this Kiboko time is really pushing me for us to do a live.
Yes.
Where all you do is just take questions.
Yes.
Fine, but I'll start with this one.
Yes.
This one comes from Y Login. And he says, enjoying the conversation, some few points of correction. Number 1, CDF was not Kibaki's brainchild. It was conceptualized by engineer Morioki Karue. Karue first moved a motion in November 2000 during Moi's administration with a proposal. In 2003, as a private member's bill, Karue moved it again. The NAC administration collectively supported the initiative.
We do not even disagree. Because we've insisted we're not the custodians, but where were we going when we talked about it and gave those accolades to Kibaki? The reason we gave the accolades to Kibaki is because he had the courage to go where previous leaders had not dared, which is to develop the country equally across the board, regardless of political affiliation, regardless of political voting patterns. And that you've got to place at his door. He's the guy who took it there. Just like the clamor for a new constitution started Kitambo, but who took it there in 2010? On whose presidency? It was on Kibaki's presidency. You can't take that away from him. So we agree with those comments. We don't even challenge. Those are the guys who did it. And we will make sure, if there's a way we can make sure those names are somewhere in our show in text form, that these are the originators of that bill. But like I said, you need political goodwill. And we keep saying that on this show. There are things that the current president wants to implement, but unless he has a political goodwill, he cannot do it. And so Mwai Kibaki gave this bill, these ideas, life. He gave them political life. He gave them the blessings of his office. And as we know, that office is very powerful. It can shoot down an idea or it can push it forward.
Let me give another example with what you've said. On this platform, I've interviewed Gina Dean.
Yes.
Gina Dean was head of PR. And in fact, so I interviewed Gina Dean, and at the same time, Michael Joseph was in the room.
Yes.
And he explains how M-Pesa came to be.
Yes.
The banks were shooting M-Pesa down and actually had brought a policy into, or pushing for a policy into Parliament via the MPs to stop M-Pesa from happening.
Yeah.
Michael Joseph went to see Michuki. Had he not received and what he did a transaction for Michuki by paying Michuki's foreman.
Yes.
Had he not done that,
Yes.
let me tell you, this M-Pesa that is global and that made Kenya the leading nation when it comes to mobile money would not exist had he not had the political goodwill via Michuki.
That is true. Yes. One of the things that the human being does very well is to fight change, particularly change we don't understand. We fight it, we get violent, and anything we don't understand becomes the enemy. You just need to rewind the clock and look at slavery. This black-skinned thing was an animal, yet he's human like you. If you cut him, he bleeds just like you. You teach him English, he speaks like you. We speak like the white man, you know? But before they understood that, we were an animal, to be treated like animals. Anything the human doesn't understand. Even now, some of the people who've gone very emotionally negative to this show don't understand. And because they don't understand, then we are the enemy. You know, and we, you know, to put it properly, they're entitled to that opinion.
For sure.
Yes.
And please keep your opinion coming.
Yes.
We're not just here for people who are yes men.
No, no, no.
Okay, another question. Kiboko time.
Yes.
Question number 2. This one comes from Bernard Adongo.
Yes.
Great initiative and kudos, Mr. Ndola and Art CTA crew. However, some fact checks, and I love that.
Yes.
Musalia was Raila's VP candidate in 2007. He became deputy PM in the Nusu Mkate government.
Okay. I could be wrong, but unless, and we can confirm that on AI, to the best of my knowledge, we're talking about after PV, or he's talking about in the run-up to PV.
Yeah, I'm just reading. The guy just says very clearly here that, and this is just part of. He's got many pointers. I won't read them all,
True.
of course. But Musalia was Raila's VP candidate in 2007.
Okay, let's just stop right there. In 2007, you would promise so and so will be, but you didn't need to come with him to the ballot. And so, to say so-and-so was so-and-so's VP is slightly off. The law then did not require that you come to the ballot with a vice president in tow. You would offer it to various people. So, that is one fact check. We are saying they were in the same formation, yes, but he had promised him.
Okay.
But he was not. They were not a ticket as per the law.
Yes. Okay.
Yes,
He became deputy PM in the Nusu Mkate government.
That is correct. Like we said in the previous episode, there were 2 deputy prime ministers. There was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Musalia Mudavadi. Yes. One was from the PNU formation, the other one was from the CORD formation.
Okay.
And he says in 20 what?
In
2008.
Yes, 2007. Yes.
Yes.
In the Nusu, he became deputy PM in the Nusu Mkate government.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
I love that people are this engaged and this involved.
And I want to appreciate Bernard, because it means he's picking the content and he's breaking it down. And these are good people to have watching, because then they are actually attentive. It's not just entertainment for them. And we want him to talk about these things, to formations he's in, WhatsApp groups he's in, to talk about what he knows, because that's how we're moving the country forward.
Okay. Yeah. Let me do one more. Let me tell you, there are so many questions.
Yes.
We can't do them all, but noted. Keep your questions coming, because what those questions do, they bring ideas on how can we then engage directly. And that's where this live is really Stori Za Siasa live.
Yes.
You're adding wood to that fire.
Yes.
Last one. If my memory serves me well, I remember Luis More. Okay, this one is from at Churchill Onyango 1295.
Yes.
If my memory serves me well, I remember Luis Moreno Ocampo illustrating clearly that he was here to prosecute the individuals who allegedly incited the public and even funded the violence, and not the contestants of the 2007 elections that resulted to clashes. In fact, there were 6 of them from the both wings. For the first time in this episode, I will respectfully disagree with his views that maybe it was on the wisdom of Kalonzo Musyoka and Raila Odinga to push elections by 1 year so that they could get a chance to vie without pressure from Ruto and Uhuru. In fact, the election was pushed by 3 months only. That is March 2013 and not by 1 year. Good insights, though.
I agree.
Yeah,
It
love
crossed.
it.
It
The
crossed.
guy jabs you and then good.
Yes, I agree. I agree. I agree. It jumped from 2012 to 2013, which is what we said. It jumped from 1 year to the next.
Yes.
And I agree with him. It was in March. What I realized that maybe he might not have caught. We didn't say in our episode that Kibaki and Raila were guilty. We said the perception in the political formations, particularly in the one I was in, the perception and the feeling was that these guys were not aspirants, the two who ended up as suspects, and that the feeling was that these other two should have been in there. And I agree with him. That is exactly what Ocampo said. Because what happened is, and this is important for Kenyans to catch, this list of suspects who ended up in the ICC was born by the Waki Commission, Justice Waki, who gave the envelope. And that envelope is the one that then ended up with the ICC. And back in that time when things were so emotive, in the political formation I was in with Madaraka Mwidaga and the Accountable Leadership Forum, we actually hosted the ICC at lunch at a Nairobi club. The office here, we sat with them. And it was caught on TV. And there was somebody, I think, from the British High Commission, somebody else who joined us. And we just wanted to unpack. We asked them, how do you arrive at the persons who are guilty and all that? How do you authenticate? If I give you an envelope, like the Waki Commission gives you an envelope, and somebody somewhere feels that somebody is being fixed, because you could, politics being politics, that could be the feeling. And they said, look, the people we sat with said, the ICC relies on the host country's information. In other words, some of the information that ended up with the people who were deemed to be bearing the most guilt was from our own networks, intelligence and otherwise. They don't even have an arresting force. You are part of the, how you sign a treaty where you're members. And because you're members, it is you're expected to present the suspects for prosecution at The Hague as a country. In other words, if any one of the suspects refused to go, the onus was on the Kenyan government to arrest and present and hand over. So, what am I saying? What we were saying on the show, we're not saying who was guilty and who was not guilty. We were saying the perception, the feeling in the camps was that these guys were being victimized. And it led to the mobilization of the vote on a victim. There's nothing politics loves like a victim. That is even why William Samoei Ruto got the votes he got from the regions he got, because people felt that Raila and Uhuru, who was a sitting president, had ganged up against him.
This, you're talking about 2022.
2022. So that victim thing, people have been known in politics to say, my life is in danger. They want to do. There's a member of parliament who was voted in. I believe, was it Gatundu or somewhere? I think it was Gatundu. He said that, they want to kill me. There was a purported stage-managed abduction. And he was voted in because of the sympathy. Guy said, hey, they want to kill our guy. Only for paper later to realize it was stage managed. back in the Moi regime. So to answer on the Ocampo 6, yes, the prosecutor of the ICC came here to prosecute the 6. And those names were arrived at through the Waki Commission. My point in the previous episode was that the perception that these two individuals were being victimized or were victims of a loop-sided investigation is what led to the political goodwill they got by way of being deemed to be victims.
Okay.
And the victim thing came in.
Okay. I love it.
Yes.
Keep your questions coming. As promised, your questions will lead to something.
Exactly.
So your feedback is highly appreciated. And again, don't just watch. Get into the comment section and tell us where you're watching from.
Yes.
That information is helpful also to us.
Yes.
Lastly, but definitely not least, every single other comment. Okay, not every single other comment. I'm
Yes.
lying there. But guys keep saying you're a Ruto guy. You are on we. If I can even put me into this mix.
Yes. Okay. We are speaking today on this show. The man in office is William Samoei Ruto. It's unlikely that he will not get more airtime. He's the man on the seat. And he's arrived here against all odds. So he will get airtime. And we will explain previous leaders, both the positives and the negatives. Now, when we talk about Jomo Kenyatta, he was in office from 64 to 78. When we talk about Moi, he was in office from 78 to 2002. Talk about Uhuru, he's done his 10 years.
Kibaki the same.
Kibaki the same. So when we talk about Ruto, we're talking about the very short journey he's done, and then we're talking about how he's arrived here. And it would be, I don't know how to put it, it would be naive for us not to appreciate his journey.
Of course.
I mean, anybody watching who doesn't appreciate that this guy has achieved some very interesting milestones or has really scaled some very high mountains would be a little bit naive. This guy has climbed mountains. So we are not pro so-and-so or anti so-and-so. We are telling you how we've arrived where we are. When we call out the tribal narrative, we do it because we can see it, we can hear it. It's in our TV rooms, 9 o'clock news. I mean, recently we've had people saying a particular community is not welcome in a constituency. And this is a narrative that is being said now in 2026. You'd imagine we've moved beyond that.
By the way, let me say, we will unashamedly call out
Yes.
tribalism on this show.
Yes.
If you have a problem with us calling out tribalism, imagine,
We are so sorry.
move on.
But there's an even more important point here. The fact that you've got a lot of comments saying we are pro-Ruto is exactly why we're doing this show. People have taken positions that they cannot even justify. We've said on this show, if you're talking about extrajudicial killings, then there's 2 or 3 previous governments that have been guilty of that. So let's put it across the board. If you talk about political suppression, there's previous governments that have gone there. If you talk about cost of living, then you need to unpack the economy and where it was in the last 2 presidents. And we're going to go there. We're going to do a show where we will say very soon, when so-and-so left office, this is where we were. When the next president took over, this is where we were. And we will bring it up to now. And we'll tell viewers, and it will be factual. This is where the dollar is. This is where it's been there for this long. We will talk about the cost of food, cost of fuel. It is important that on this show, we go by facts. There's nothing we've said about Ruto that is not factual, either positive or negative. And the same applies to previous presidents. And where we have said it is a story, we have clarified. We have said it is said. A story is told. So it's for you as a viewer or a listener to decide.
Like the Matiba one.
Like the Matiba one, you know?
Even, yeah.
Yeah. You know, we will say it was said or a story is told. And this is important. And I know, and it's unfortunate, every time you look like you even give a little accolade to Ruto, there's a whole army that comes against that. And how do we decide our leaders? How do we audit our leaders? Through an election. If we spend too much time in the negative campaign space during the term, we are spending energy in the wrong place. I talked about Kibaki and the shadow cabinet. I feel that's where the energy should be. That's where, even like the critics we've seen, like Bernard, that is, to me, that now is what we should be doing as a country. Bernard is calling out the facts. He's calling out on this, the dates. I like that. Let's do that even with William Ruto. Let's go there. Let's say he's saying the economy has improved. The dollar is at this rate. It was here at this rate. Somebody go, and now with AI you can do it, and see where the stock exchange is. Where was it when he came into office? You know, how many new entrants have we had from the international community? How many people are investing here? Let's have that
What's
conversation.
the privatization, public to privatization like?
Yeah, let's have that conversation. Let's talk about food security. Let's talk about the price of maize, where it was when he came in, where it is now. That's the conversation I want to have.
Okay.
Yes.
And also let me add and say, we cannot erase history. We have to give history as is.
Yes.
And where we've been thus far, we've been explaining the history of politics in Kenya from 1964.
Yes.
Currently,
Yes.
we are at 2012.
Yes.
And because we're at 2012,
Yes.
you are going to hear the name Ruto and
Yes.
Uhuru a lot.
Yes. so prepare yourself.
So get ready.
Because that's now the chapter we've entered.
That's the chapter we've entered.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
let us continue this journey. And
Yes.
where we are in this journey, I want to wheel it back a bit
Yes.
to the point where they enter into office. They
Yes.
kneel down.
Yes.
For the first time, even the commander of chief, he said, what?
Yes.
These guys are not allowed to lead down. But
Yes,
that's
yes.
surrender in the eyes of the army,
Exactly.
which I loved that perception.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so continue from 2012.
Yes.
We have the fourth president of Kenya
Yes.
coming into power.
Yes. Yes. So I mean, you've devolved health, water, the agriculture. Yes, you've also devolved politics, bad manners, corruption. You've devolved it.
Continue from 2012.
Yes.
We have the fourth president of Kenya
Yes.
coming into power.
Yes. Yes. So Kasarani,
Under the new constitution.
under the new constitution, with a devolved government in play. And these devolved governments are born through political activity, which means they are across the board. There's pro-government and anti-government county governments. In my humble opinion, that could be a problem. Why? County governments are an extension of the national government. There has to be cohesion. There has to be cooperation for the activities on the ground to be achieved in the best interest of the population. Because you've not devolved the police. So you can't have this scenario where you have a police officer who is pro-government because he's national government, but the region he's in is anti-government. I don't know if I'm making sense.
You are, but I like breaking this thing down. Guys get irritated with me, but I ain't going to stop.
Of course.
I need you to
Yes.
break this down in English.
Yes.
And what I mean by that
Yes.
is, give us the example.
Yes.
So what region would have, for example, a non-governmental, pro-government person?
So
who's in power? That time, what was the party called again?
The two formations compete, and we have a Jubilee government in office.
Okay.
And they are sworn in as Jubilee.
Against?
And they enter office against the CORD formation.
CORD.
Yeah?
Okay.
Now, the court formation, for example, brings in a governor in Makueni, Kivutha Kibwana. Okay? Brings in a governor in Kitui, Professor Malombe. Brings in a governor in Machakos, Alfred Mutua. So, these are opposition governors. Functions like health, security are not devolved. So there has to be synergy between the national government and those governments, like it or not. Yeah, because you've got level 5 hospitals in Machakos and you are working under the Ministry of Health. But you're an opposition governor. So is there complete synergy? I don't know. At that front, and I'm, like we keep saying, I'm not an expert. And I believe there was a lot of thinking towards us ending up where we ended up in terms of the kind of government Kenyans voted for, which is okay. So Jubilee gets into office and all of a sudden we now have 47 counties with 47 governors and 47 plus the nominated senators. And then we have an animal called MCAs, a new animal which has power to impeach a governor.
Oh, wow. Councillors before didn't have this kind of power.
You see, councillors dealt with the county council, municipal council. And one of the councillors would then become the mayor by vote. And if they were unhappy with you, they would vote you out, or there would be almost... But you are in office by the councillors.
From them.
Yes, they would vote you.
The MCAs have no vote to the governor.
No, the MCAs now, what would happen is they could bring forth a vote of no confidence in the county assembly to remove the governor.
Which we've seen happened. But then what I was saying is the councillors voted in the mayor.
Yes, they voted
However,
in the mayor.
the MCAs don't vote in the governor. It is us.
That is true. Yes. So that was that formation was structured that way. Because back then we had no business in placing a mayor in office. You know. Case in point, in Mombasa, we had a mayor by the name of Taib, who was a lawyer. And Taib was not even an elected councillor. He was a nominated councillor. So you could have a scenario where a councillor is nominated and voted in as mayor. And if the nomination is lifted by the sponsoring party, he's not just out of the mayorship, he's out completely because he was not a councillor.
Yes.
You see? And so that is the structure we had then. So now we have this new structure where we have a governor who's been voted in by the electorate, but can be impeached by the MCAs.
Wow.
Without the electorate having any say, or rather, with the strength of the impeachment being carried by the MCAs.
So the governor is almost not beholden to the electorate, who I like to say are the people, but he has to also play ball to the MCAs. And a case in point is the example you gave about Kivutha Kibwana.
In Makueni, where the MCAs felt that what they were seeing next door was not happening to them. You know, they're not going on bench marking trips and what have you, because Kivutha's style of leadership is different. Each leader comes with their own style. And we can't completely say this was a better style than this one. It's different. Because you don't know the roadmap somebody has drawn. You don't know what it is that Alfred Mutua wanted to accomplish. Okay? So you cannot critique completely and say what he did was wrong. No, you can't, because, you know, he has his own roadmap. And when he was vying, he knew what he wanted to do when he becomes governor. Just like you cannot critique Kivutha and say he was not allowing his guys to open their eyes and see other regions. You can't. So he ended up in that squabble, and they wanted to impeach him. They didn't succeed. And in his second term, a lot of them went home because he had the heartbeat and the people listened to him.
And do MCAs control anything being done then by the governor in terms of a day-to-day working?
So the budget has to be voted by them, just like in the National Assembly. You present your budget, they vote it. They vote either for or against the budget. So your spending can only begin after the MCAs have approved it.
No way.
It's actually like a National Assembly.
So Sakaja
Yes.
cannot... Sakaja presents the budget. Let's use Nairobi.
Yes.
Sakaja presents the budget to the MCAs.
No, the Minister of Finance. Because remember, every governor has what you have at the national level. They have somebody who is in charge of finance,
Yes.
sitting as a Minister of Finance, and infrastructure, devolution, da-da-da-da-da. They have the same officers.
Okay.
So these officers all have a function. The Minister of Finance presents the budget.
The Minister of Finance in the county government.
Presents the budget.
We're not talking about national government
Exactly. We're talking about the Makueni Minister of Finance presents the budget to the county assembly. And the county assembly then deliberates and adopts it. They vote it in. It becomes the finance plan for the county. And then they spend. Just like in the national government, where the police, the inspectorate are getting so many million, agriculture, health, and so on and so forth.
On the positive side,
Yes.
that is good.
It is.
Because I'm seeing if an MCA who represents a certain ward doesn't see the requests from his people presented in that budget,
Yes.
he can be like, no, you've forgotten this and this and this.
It is, from where I sit, it introduces checks and balances, which is what government is about. My issue has always been that we are overrepresented. Maybe we don't need as many MCAs. In other words, the administrative units we cobbled or we drew out could be put, the way we're talking about reducing counties, we should also, in my feeling, we can and should reduce the number of MCAs. Yeah, because like I keep saying, we're a developing country. We really cannot spend 50, 60% of what we collect in paying salaries.
Okay.
It just doesn't make sense. We leave too little for development. And considering that we have borrowed heavily, we leave very little money to actually develop the country.
The more I hear you talk, the more I understand we definitely need a full breakdown
Yes.
of the constitution, roles of the different seats,
Yes.
MCA, MP,
Yes.
because these are the people we vote for.
Yes.
So that's a conversation that will go in. But let me just ask this as we continue this conversation. Is there a scenario where the governor is from the winning party? However, the MCAs are from an opposition.
In fact, and it's interesting you've asked, there are scenarios where you will find that the governor does not have a majority in the county assembly. And you'll find the majority leader, because they have a majority leader just like in the National Assembly, is actually not from the party that the governor is from. That does exist. I can't remember specific counties, but I know it exists.
And I'm sure our viewers will let us know.
I know that in Makueni there was a scenario when Kivutha was there. Kivutha was not a Wiper governor because he's always had his own party. His party entered a formation, yes, but he was not a Wiper. But the MCA, who was a majority leader, was a Wiper majority leader. So there was some headbutting along the way, because now there'd be a push and pull and a contest fighting for space within the MCAs. And politicians, being who we are always squabbling for who is the boss of who. We're always, that contest never ends.
Yeah.
And it's at the lowest levels and at the highest levels.
So this manager enters into a management role, but is fighting politics.
This is the thing. And this new devolved system of government we voted in was an eye-opener for many. There are many who were not completely clear, but were contesting for seats. There were many who contested senatorial seats and later realized maybe where they were better placed was as governors, and vice versa. So people were still learning what this thing was. And as they are learning what this thing was, we entered the election with yet another battle. We entered the term with yet another battle, where Raila said, my vote has been stolen. And so AfriCorp goes to the Supreme Court to challenge this victory by Jubilee. And like we were saying in the previous episode, the Chief Justice at the time was Mutunga. The decision goes against CORD, and Jubilee is sworn in, and they form government. Now, to a lot of viewers, whenever we talk about a Chief Justice in a contest like this, there might be a misplaced thought that it is a Chief Justice who will make the decision that sways the Supreme Court. Far from that. Each judge has a vote.
Yep.
And what they do is when they rule, you get to know.
Who voted what?
In that case, we knew Jockey Ndongo was on the Jubilee. She voted in favor. There was another judge of the Supreme Court whose name I forget, who also, so you get to know. You know these ones voted this way and these ones voted this way.
And majority wins.
And the majority wins because it's a vote. And so they win that, and now they form government.
I have this question.
Yes.
And I know this one may not be popular with a viewer, but I need to ask it. Because the same way the Somali question was asked and it was in people's thoughts,
Yes.
maybe this one also is.
Yes.
Is this Raila's strategy? Is Raila's strategy handshake? Because now it's okay if it's done once, but a pattern begins to show something. And for me, Raila has done it all the way to the end. So what are your thoughts? It doesn't have to be factual, but...
Okay. We talked about the Constitution and how we end up with 47 counties, and there's a comment that says, no. And they've pointed us in a different direction. I was reading that, and they're entitled to their opinion. Just like I will express what I believe. And I believe, knowing that Raila was an extremely sharp politician who understood the political landscape in Kenya very well, both at the level of the voter and at the level of the leadership. He understood it. It is my humble opinion that he realized that with the numbers he commands, he can force a deal with a government. As long as he can contain his bloc, he can force them to allow him to the table. Now, was it good or bad for Kenya? I might not be the one to say. In my humble opinion, it was bad. Why was it bad? You see, if Raila comes to the table after a crisis, what does it mean in the future? What example has that given to leaders just over the horizon? That if you create sufficient trouble, you have to be negotiated with. Case in point for me is the Sufuria riots. Barely into you've not even read your budget. Guys are saying the cost of living is high. You've just been thrown in. This is fast forward, Ruto in office. You see? When we go back to when Uhuru was sworn in with Ruto, they had the same battles. It wasn't about cost of living, there was another fight. And we won you, you stole our vote. And what does that do? It keeps you on a wheel, like a guinea pig. You know that wheel? You're spinning. And then you wonder, is it at the expense of actual critiquing government? Is this rabbit hole that ends up in a handshake, is it true opposition, or is it at the cost of actual structured opposition? Because what that narrative has done, it has focused us on the presidency as a country. And that is why people can't tell you who they voted for as MCA. because our focus is up there. Even now, people are saying one term. The focus is up there. And we've said this in a previous series. You don't know your MCA. You don't understand him. You just need to come down to the ground and look at the things that are not working for you to understand how dangerous looking up there is. Today, we were talking about the motorbike, the menace of the motorbike transporters we call border border. I was watching the news and last night, and there was an accident in Machakos where a border border head-on with a matatu. And in that part of the country, some of the vans we have transporting passengers are the smaller ones, not the 14-seater. You know, there's a new kind of thing has picked up in that region. I saw it also in Ruiru, where you have a smaller van, which is like, I think, a 9-seater or something. So this guy plows, motorbike guy plows into this matatu. From everything I saw on the news, the matatu was overtaking. So you hear 3 people are dead, and 1 is in hospital on a motorbike. So this guy had 3 passengers.
No,
there were
4.
3?
Oh, yes, 3 passengers and him.
3 passengers and the rider. You don't have to be an engineer to understand that that motorbike is not designed to handle that weight. So he most definitely could not have avoided that vehicle on time. The bike is not designed to carry that weight. That means maneuverability, braking are all compromised. And this has become who we are. Everywhere you turn, there's a motorbike carrying 4, 3, sometimes maybe even looking like 5.
Without helmets.
And what scares me is you see a motorbike with a lady and 2 kids. Innocents. Even 3. Innocents. And we are all focused up there. And down here, the society is not following the law. So we imagine when we change a guy at the helm, it's like a page. We'll open a page and everything is good in Kenya. And that is further from the truth. And this is across the board. The level of littering in some of our towns is shocking. You drive into a town. I remember there was a time I was driving to Makindu, and as you approach the town, nylon paper everywhere. And those guys are focused on the president one term. And at the ground level, stuff is not happening. You know, work is not being done. You know, we're dumping everywhere. So back to the question of the handshake. What that political journey we started on did for us as a nation is we focused on the presidency. The price became the presidency, and the war became over the presidency. And by so doing, we allowed the lower levels of leadership to just coast along. They are not held to account. They are coasting along. And because they learn the language, they sell the same narrative. So instead of you auditing them, they are there telling you, no, me, I'm 1 term, or I'm 2 term. But nobody's asking you, what are you doing? Your MCA for water, or your MCA for Sultan, what are you doing? What are you doing here? We've got an entry, there's a surging crime rate. What are you doing about it? Or rather, how are you working with security to bring it to control it? And many other things. There's things like, for example, in the constituency that I was vying for MP, we had a major problem with sand harvesting. The trucks would reverse into the river, and the harvesting of sand would not be done with environmental protection in mind. They reverse in there. If it's leaking any engine oil, it's in there. All you need to do is live in the rural areas to understand that in many parts, particularly of Ukambani, people harvest water from just scooping the sand. You scoop the sand, the water forms, you put it in a jerrycan, you take it home. That became impossible. When the sand trucks would go to the river, you couldn't do that. That water now is not safe for human consumption, and is not even healthy for the cows. And not to mention the erosion that brought that out, that, that happens because of that, interference with the riverbanks. Those are things MCAs are supposed to fight about. Those are things they're supposed to make sure that are not happening. But because we are caught up in, are you Jubilee? And we're caught up in the war upstairs, down here things are not happening. And you won't hold him to account because they will build another wave, the one that's coming now. We've said the other day, in Central, DCP guys will get in, regardless of their track record, integrity, they will get in, and we won't be looking there. We won't even look at who we voted. We'll just be interested in, is he DCP or not? Yes. It's going to happen in my home area. It will be, if you're not Wiper, you're done, you're cooked. And what happens is then guys jump over. And let me even make it even deeper for you to understand, to answer your question. If today, I'm a contractor, county government of Makueni, I've done 3-4 projects, incomplete. I have maneuvered. I have been paid for work I have not done through my maneuvering. And I've diverted that money to campaign. I'm now in office. I can protect what's coming at me. Whatever audit is coming, I can protect it because I'm in office now. And how did I get to office? Because I rode on the wave of the party. So you couldn't critique. You couldn't interrogate. This Andrew guy is the one who was doing that road, and he was on doing that road, and he's not completed that work, and we hear he's been paid 7 million, or we hear he's been paid 15 million. That's the money he's using to campaign. You won't interrogate because you're so fixed on the presidency and one term, and uku ni Wiper, na kama sio Wiper, you're a traitor, and our presidential candidates go to the ground and say, uyo ni Musaliti, traitor. Uyo yuko Wiper, traitor. So you then get a leader there who has just positioned themselves. And because you are chasing your presidential candidate, you're not going to interrogate this guy or the quality he brings to the job.
Is this big man or top man mentality an urban city thing, or is it across the board?
Across the board.
What?
It's just that in the urban, the information moves faster and better in the urban centers. You get to know about the story better, quickly. But it's there across the board. And it is tragic. And I'll tell you, as a person who's played in politics from back in 2001 actively at elective level, it is a tragedy. I gave you the example of the councillors in Nairobi for Ford Asili. Anybody could be voted in. You just needed to be in that party because the wave that was Ford Asili was crazy.
And let me ask, the reason why I asked, first of all, about Raila's strategy is because this is the first election that we are going to in decades that Raila is not there.
Yes.
And therefore, are people seeing that this strategy worked for him and monkey see, monkey do?
Well,
or are blocks just a thing that has been part of our political history?
You see, what has happened is, just like we were saying when we talked about the Somalis and how we perceive the Somalis, it's passed down from our fathers who are politicians to my generation. And now it has become gospel that these Somalis. So in the same way, what Raila and others have done has been passed down. So now we think in blocks. That is why Sifuna, an emerging young politician, is being taken to Luya land, and I saw him speaking in Luya. You see? So they've already pushed him there, and he's fallen for it. And because he's fallen for it, then he has to partner with other tribal kingpins. He cannot emerge as Sifuna, which is what he should have done. Should have emerged as Sifuna, the youthful, young politician, eloquent, cutting across the board, because unlike those guys who are telling him to go tribal, he is in this generation. As we were saying with you, TikTok. He's here. But he has just fallen for the trap. Now he's being told, I'm sure he's being told in Ukambani, you go with Kalonzo. Where you go? Now they're talking to DCP. So Rigathi is important. So those young guys who are inspired by him have just realized, oh, okay. So now they'll just sit back.
They're being taught politics.
Do you know what's going to happen? In the previous election, we had around 8 million who didn't vote. Card holders. We will go back there. We'll have a big chunk of disillusioned voters who thought we had moved away from tribe. Young generation. They'll say, because the man who controls Western, whatever happened or was said in Western about or for the Luya, then you carry that. It becomes your cross to carry. So, our DCP leader told us, this is a shareholding. This is a company. And you Kambas are not shareholders. You didn't vote for us. So, even if now he's turned and sounding good, there are those who will not trust him. And because they will not trust him and you've come with him, then you will carry the cross that he should have carried. And I've seen he's been pushed into it. Now, ameingia box, as the young say, and he cannot pull himself out. Woe unto them if somebody else emerges who's not selling the tribal narrative and has a good strategy. All those guys will become irrelevant in 2 months. Because the truth of the matter is Kenyans are a little tired of tribalism.
You know, even I get tired in this interview because we always go back to it, but I realize it is who we are. We cannot avoid it. No, I'm not saying we cannot avoid it in the historical story.
Yes.
Because it has played a role in all of these different eras.
Yes.
Okay, to go back to, they come into power.
Yes.
Raila goes to...
Supreme, loses. He's now in the opposition, and the wars begin again. Just like what he had with Kibaki. And like now we've not had PEV, but they're squabbling again.
Oh, for real?
Yes. And then, of course, straight into, I think it was a year, we lose Mutula Senior. First senator of Makueni. And a man who's my father's cousin. And as we go into that whole episode, I'm now hearing that Uhuru is the one who killed Mutula. And I'm wondering, how?
Word kwa the streets.
Oh, I mean, I wish you would have come to the burial and hear the speakers. Oh, you know, in Kamba, in riddles, the government has killed this guy. And it was not just whispers anymore. And I'm thinking, wow, the way that narrative is so well presented, it keeps anybody in the opposition who was looking like they are warm with government to remain there.
So this is propaganda for an agenda.
I mean, how am I going to keep my vote block together unless that's the enemy? So how is he the enemy? Somebody drops dead in his house, for example,
Yes.
like Andrew, and he's a prominent opposition leader. Government has killed him. And we are not, just like I said, there was no science to tell you that Raila beat Kibaki in 2007. Scientifically, it couldn't be put on the table. Fast forward 2013, there's no science to prove that my late uncle has been killed by government.
This is like the Kilome story. When you started your story, you started
With Tony.
Yes.
Yes.
And when you went to Moi, Moi said, it wasn't us.
And you see, the thing is this. Let's
This
imagine...
is history repeating itself.
Yes. And let's imagine that we have now moved from the 2000s to 2013. The growth in ability to investigate is actually expanded. Our ability as a people worldwide to investigate is different. You can track mobile phones. Anybody who is interested will find that me and you and Isaac are in one location now. You know, they can ping the phones. So
They probably are.
So it's not that hard to arrive at a conclusion. And how would you arrive at that conclusion? You can say, this person who has passed on was in the company of so and so and so and so and so and so for the last 6, 7 hours, 8 hours. So if you're beginning your investigation,
Start there.
that's where you begin. But we don't hear that. And it is a clever way because we are all then kept in this basket where we hate because government killed our man. But there's no science to prove it.
The Ukambani area was CORD at that time.
Strongly CORD.
So you were in the opposition at this time.
The Kamba community were in the opposition.
Yes, sorry, not you.
Yes.
But what I mean is the Kamba opposition was in the opposition.
Yes.
So you can't have a narrative that is bringing about unity with the government.
And then to add insult to injury, the late Mutula was an amazing debater and a sharp mind. And you see it in Junior, the son, my cousin. Sharp political mind. Who knows what to say when? I need to look at this one-term movement and everything. And Mutula is not as vocal. Just look. He's in the one-term movement, but he's not as vocal. Because
he's currently UDA.
No, he's in Wiper.
Oh, Wiper.
Yes,
you're
yes,
right.
Yes, he's a Wiper governor. But why isn't he vocal? He's working. I interact with him. I talk to him. He says, yes. He says, Andrew, the campaigns will come. Right now, I need to serve the people who voted me in. So Mutula is working on the ground. I've heard, because he's not shouting from the hilltops, people on social media saying this guy is a Huda spy. Because we've been put in this hate box so well, in the interest of the big players, we've fallen victim to it. So people like Junior, who are focused on serving the people who vote them in, are called traitors because he's not all over the country. He is not in Sijui, Kisii, and where, because of the one-term movement. His aim is serving, which is what he's supposed to do. That's what they voted him in for.
Do we have two types of... Remember the way when we talked about politicians, there are two types?
Yes.
The tear gas sniffers.
Yes, and the anointed crowd. So and the talented guys who are in both camps.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
In this new disposition of the Constitution,
yes,
do we have leaders
yes,
and politicians?
Yes, we do.
So do we have different types of governors?
Oh, yes.
Or leaders? Because it's all the way to MCAs. It's not just...
Oh, yes. Like I said, Professor Malombe Kitui does one term. He's not loud. He's not in the sunroof. Guys, these guys, they vote him out. Because Charity is very loud, very aggressive. She's in the sunroof. She's in the markets. Then they realized after 5 years, wait a minute. We might have made a mistake. Because now you can see what he did in 5 years and what Charity has done in 5 years. So the electorate decide, no, Malombe. So they return him back. He's now a perfect example of a worker. And Charity does well as a debater. She comes with a passion and everything. But maybe Malombe is a better worker than her. So that exists. And that is why I've been observing, and I talk about my county because I can see.
So Junior for you falls under the workers.
He's a worker, but he's a good debater. You saw how he performed in the Senate. But because he's not everywhere, even people call me and tell me, you know that your guy is going to be one term. I say, why? He said, no, we're not hearing him. I said, what do you want to hear? If this guy is in Kibwezi opening a clinic, there was an oil spill that most people have ignored because it's years ago. He's been on it until compensation is done in the interest of the people on the ground. And you cannot pinpoint a scandal like this that Junior is involved in. Like one, say Amekula. No, I heard people are hitting him about a mango factory where the capacity of the factory to buy mangoes seemed not to be there in the previous season. And they say he was guilty of having stopped the farmers from selling their mangoes to outsiders. I don't have complete sight over that whole agenda. But when I hear people speaking, then I say, my goodness, can we look at the other things he's done? He is a champion of universal healthcare. Serious champion. I mean, he's taken it from where Kivuza Kibwana got it and pushed it over the mountain. So he's an example of those guys who, because they are not screaming from the top of the hill, people say they're not working.
And the people, let's get this right, are the electorate, are the citizens,
the voters,
ones who are complaining, not that he's not working, but that he's not shouting.
Because of where we're wired.
Wow.
And it's back to what you said about the handshake. What has it done? Over time, our focus has gone to the presidency. And because our focus has gone to the presidency, for those who pushed that agenda like the late Raila, what they did is they understood that the only way you keep the numbers together is you keep that narrative, that conversation up there, and then it trickles down to which side are you on? Are you with us or are you a traitor? And then when it goes there, then the other content is out of the window. Are you performing? Are you auditable? It all disappears because now it's just about formations. Now, and I say this with the greatest of respect to those who are listening, Raila needed to do that. Put yourself in his shoes. What is the journey he lived up to the point he was shaking hands with Moi? It was survival. We will all do it. He found a way to do it, remain relevant, he did it. It worked for him, yes. But was it good for the country? I dare say it wasn't. But because this man has been detained and it's what it is. Because there are things you will adopt because it is your survival. Because first and foremost, even as a politician, you are a human being. Yeah, you need to eat, you've got a family, kids. Remember, Haida was kicked out of her house with her kids. So there are things he did and arrived at where he arrived because of self-preservation. So it worked for him, but in some areas it didn't work for Kenya. And that is why we are doing this show. Because we want you, as a listener, as a viewer, to look at this from those prisms. This guy was punished and therefore did what he did. And what does that mean? It means when a leader at the helm does the wrong thing to the wrong person, then it gives birth to the person who was Raila Amolo Odinga. When the person at the helm does the wrong thing...
Say that again. Say that again.
When the person at the helm does the wrong thing to the wrong person, it gives birth to the Raila who has to self-preserve. And in self-preserving, he becomes a man who took us where we are now, where we focus on the presidency. Rewind the clock a little bit. When Daniel Toroitich arap Moi was treated the way he was treated as a vice president, it gave birth to the man who gave us Mwa Kenya, gave us Nyayo, the chambers, and so on and so forth. So you treat the wrong man the wrong way, it then gives birth to the Moi.
I'll even go ahead and say, when Ruto is done what he's done and betrayed by Uhuru, remove my feelings.
Yes.
He then has to become that person, hence Gachagua.
In fact, let's unpack it.
And now when you look at Gachagua, no, we'll unpack it later. Let guys know where we are coming to.
Yes.
I just want to bring in 2 points. We're coming to that. Because if we unpack that right now,
we'll be here till midnight.
We'll be here till midnight.
Yes.
We are still in 2012, but
Yes.
then we are unpacking a couple of things. And
Yes.
some things that you've said, I want to bring your history.
Yes.
There are some politicians who do things and they're playing chess.
Yes.
You mentioned be what?
Yes.
I didn't really understand what you said when you said 60 million.
Yes.
But when I was thinking about this later, I was like, it wasn't 60 million in today's money. It's about 300 million that he was willing to spend for relevancy.
And in disclaimer, according to him. Because I didn't have a helicopter view to audit whether it was 60 or 16 or 10. But in his own words, he says he's going to spend about 60 million.
But the reason for that is to tingisha watu.
To remain relevant.
To remain relevant. That was his way of remaining relevant.
In his words.
Raila has his ways of remaining relevant. Ruto has his ways of remaining relevant.
Yes.
Gachagua has his way of remaining relevant.
Exactly. And I like that you put it that way. So, for Biwott remaining relevant was about political play. For Raila remaining relevant was about remaining alive, being alive.
In the Moi time.
Yeah, you keep quiet, you disappear. See, guys are in chambers. So the only way you actually remain alive is if you remain relevant.
And let's say he had been in jail more than once. In fact, somebody in the comments put the years.
He even fled.
Yes, to Russia.
He fled, not just Russia, he left the country, I think it was the Scandinavian countries, and then came back. So, For Raila to remain alive, he became the Raila who then focused us to the presidency, and he ended up in the handshakes. He was created by the loop-sided leadership that existed when he emerged as a politician.
Okay.
So that leader that Moi became, that made Raila this animal that he was, gave us the Raila who focused us on the presidency. Took us there. And there are many who will sit and say, that Raila man, he cuts deals. But if you get into his shoes, he arrived there after death threats, hiding, imprisonment. How many times? You can't even know.
And remember also seeing his father.
So you see now the cycle.
Wow.
So Jomo betrays Oginga. Oginga's son then has seen how daddy was treated.
After daddy said, I'm not taking presidency because sababu I'm waiting for this guy to come out.
Principled position. So that takes you now to where we, in fact, if you can connect a thread from that foundation to where we are today, you can connect a thread to the William Samoei Ruto, who had to reward those who stood with him when a sitting president was hounding him. You have to reward. That's politics. So the choice of cabinet you begin with are political rewards. So Kenya starts getting politicians who are being paid for being loyal, not being competent.
So we can have politicians who know nothing about the docket in which they have been put to lead.
I don't even need to name names because we'll be sued. You just need to pick the cabinet of 2023. Any viewer here, just pick that cabinet of 2023 by names and look at their competencies and their past histories. And you'll answer the question for yourself. But then you're quick to judge. You say, oh, Ruto cabinet. But why are those guys in cabinet? They're in cabinet because when you hounded a sitting deputy president, and by hounding, I'm talking about any supporter who was even Biashara, even whether it's KRA or what, you are hounded and you stand with him. We are human. You stand with me and I'm now at the helm. I have to show my appreciation.
Hey, okay. Will it? Hey, that question on the handshake. I love the rabbit holes, by the way.
Yes.
They illuminate something and make us have a difficult conversation. I know the fact that I even say the name Raila and handshake and is it a strategy?
Oh, I'm waiting for the storm.
Comments.
I'm waiting for the storm.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Elephant skin.
Yes. I'm waiting for the storm.
Let's continue this thing. So
yes.
It automatically means that the presidency that Ruto and Raila and Ruto and Uhuru, in fact, Uhuru's first term with his deputy Ruto, after 1 year, is crazy opposition from Raila.
Yes.
Okay, continue the story.
So there's a lot of opposition.
But this opposition, what I heard you say, is not just in the national government.
Yes.
What you're telling me is happening in counties also.
Yes. Because now what has happened is the blueprint now we have as a nation, as we move into now the future presidencies, particularly now we have a devolved system of government, unlike before, where it was a chairman of the county council who was aligned politically. Now we have a president in every one of the 47 units, a small president,
a governor,
who is politically aligned. So the battle that is politics now has just been devolved. We've not just devolved, structures of government and services. Because what have we... What
the political shenanigans.
I mean, you've devolved health, water, the agriculture. Yes, you've also devolved politics, bad manners, corruption. You've devolved it. And now because you've devolved it, and because of who we've become as a society, where we are focused on the presidency, where we are focused on tribe, now when I steal, I am being hounded. So my Kamba come and stand with me. They say you are victimizing our Ndola, and I'm smiling because I've got 100 million I've stolen, but I'm going to hide behind the tribe. And as a governor, I'm hiding behind the tribe, and the tribe is defending me. And if you call me to Casa, I come with a mob. But I am guilty. Now that's the society we became. And we've gone back to the handshakes, courtesy of that style of politics that started. And we've gone back to where the handshake thinking comes from, survival for your life from the Moi regime. And we've gone back to why Moi became like that. Betrayal.
And
goes back to the thing we've started at the show. We said the architecture of Kenya was all wrong.
And so does Uhuru do a handshake within the first term?
Uhuru's handshake with Raila is in the second term. They were at each other's necks when we got to the point where we were returned to the polls.
Okay. And what is the relationship like between Uhuru and Ruto
Yes.
in the first term?
We saw a love affair. They would come out red tie, white shirt, holding hands.
Bromance.
And I go back to some of us who were in those formations in Kanu when they were both young men in Kanu like us. And we were saying, as we were campaigning in 2013, we were saying, some of us were saying, these guys will work very well together. The body language we saw. I was talking about my role as a worker at Catholic University as they come to give us an acceptance speech after Uhuru received the certificate at Bomas. I was there, meters away from them. I was the one who was receiving some of these guys. We shook hands with some of them. They step up on the podium to speak. I can see them. I'm not looking through a camera. And the body language. And we thought, wow. We thought, wow, this is going to be amazing. The team that we've brought together, amazing.
And they were the youngest leaders we'd had.
We'd had in
and
office.
Did that play an effect in terms of the mood in the country?
To a certain extent, some of us felt we might make a break from the older thinking, from the tribal thinking. That's why when somebody in the group coined the .com generation and that we're selling a .com candidature, some of us thought, wow, okay, maybe this tribal thing might start diluting. Remember, Kalonzo is my big brother from the clan. And in our clan, that's not a small thing because my late father was chairman of our clan up to his death. But I am not even in his party. And people wonder why. Some call me a traitor because I'm an Uhuru guy. But I'm there because I believe this young man, son of Jomo, presents a different thing. There's something different we can sell. And I would love it if my big brother Kalonzo could be with us. Because then we're not selling tribe. Because I know that for my big brother to become the president, the Kamba can't get him there. And as long as we cobble it into tribes, why should a Kikuyu potential presidential candidate support Kalonzo? Why? If you have more votes than Kalonzo, why should you back him?
He needs you, you don't need him.
In that matrix, once we sell it to tribe, we'll never get there. My brother will never occupy State House if it's on tribe. And at some point, he was with us. At some point, Kalonzo was with Ruto and Uhuru in the run-up. He was warm.
Oh, for real?
Yes. At some point, he was
the
warm.
lead up to the 2012?
At some point, he was warm.
Okay.
At some point, he was warm. In fact, a rally was held in Machakos town. And this was when the ICC agenda was hot. It was very, very hot. And everybody was wondering where we will go as a nation and what will happen to these two young men. And Muthama Gemstone, who's a very good public orator, had this thing he would do where he would do riddles in Kamba.
Kitendawili, the Kamba version.
Yes. And the crowd would be transfixed on him. And if you see Muthama on the microphone, first, confidence. Second, fearless. And the masses soak in what he says. And he will sing. He will sing a Christian song or something. He's really, really good. So he at some point in the lineup program, he ends up speaking. And when he speaks, he says something that I am told later was translated, and it brought trouble in the camp. Because they were there as guests of Kalonzo, Ruto and Uhuru. And he says, kukifanywa hivi, kutafanywa hivi, tutafanya hivi, tutafanya hivi, in Kamba. And it's like comedy hour. And guys would love it and they'd laugh. And the rally ends, and Uhuru and Ruto leave, and they end up in another series of rallies. And there was a rumor doing the circles then that that was construed to mean that if these two end up at the ICC, we will benefit because then Kalonzo will ascend. That was now the rumor mill. And I know, like I keep saying, I know Kalonzo at a personal level. I know he wouldn't say that. He's not that kind of a person. And in fact, what Kalonzo does, because of his political breeding, he holds a lot of cards. Yeah, there are a lot of people who will be around him saying, I'm close to Kalonzo, not, but he keeps his cards very close because of how he grew up in politics and the time he grew and ascended to the levels he did. It was back in those days when you had to guard what you say. So that is who he is politically. And he keeps his cards very tight. So I know he didn't say it. But now that was spun. My suspicion was there were people already in the camp close to Ruto and Uhuru who felt that if Kalonzo becomes a prominent player in this formation, they're out. You know, they're scheming. So the only way for these people to survive politically is to
spin the narrative.
Even put a wedge between Kalonzo and Uhuru and Ruto. And so that thing picked traction. And why did it pick traction? You can't blame the two. They were staring at a future that was uncertain. They didn't know what they were facing. They didn't know if they would end up behind bars. And so anybody around them who was close to them obviously was very suspicious. Because you're wondering, who here wants to be a beneficiary if we're behind bars? So they take office. And when they take office, that thing of the ICC is hanging over their heads. Seriously so. And it's hanging over their heads because in the run-up to their winning, it was a conversation at a national stage. Raila would stand on a podium and say, these are criminals. Wow. They don't qualify. They should not be cleared to vie. So it was out there. It was not anymore hushed. And they knew. And they knew there were those in Raila's camp who would rather see them behind bars at The Hague. So fast forward, they're in office.
By the time they're in office,
yes.
I don't know if it is me who is remembering wrong, but did Uhuru go for an ICC case as president?
Exactly my point. When now, this is where I was going. So when they get into office, they had already gone.
So let's just say, by the time they enter office,
yes.
There's still this case.
It's hanging on their heads. It's hanging on their heads. And Uhuru has to go to The Hague as president of Kenya.
I remember, yes, it was because he was giving, even he gave Ruto the...
He handed over.
Yes, and
temporarily.
And they made a big news thing about it.
Yes.
You saw even Ruto driving into his office.
But I felt...
Wow.
Those were serious examples. What Uhuru and Ruto did, and more so Uhuru, as a sitting president, was just amazing. Because he was showing the world and Kenyans and future young Kenyans that even as president, you must comply with international law.
Wow.
That was a perfect example. And these are some of the things, these are the characteristics of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Some of us saw and supported. He's made mistakes. This move to chair Azimio to me was a grave mistake. He could have supported him from the wings, could have supported Raila from the wings, because he's a sign of national unity.
Kibaki style.
Yeah, the way he handled Ruto at the tail end, not shaking his hand, that, in my opinion, he wheeled back a lot. That was him engaging reverse gear. But what he did going to the ICC, I mean, I watched him fly out and I said, now this is a leader. He is showing the world. And I'm certain he elevated our profile internationally, completely. Because we as Africans are supposed to be from the dark continent. We don't follow the law. We slaughter each other. This guy goes to the international stage as a sitting president, stands in the dock, defends himself, comes back and continues in the job of governing. Fantastic move. I am certain as a country, because you have bilateral agreements with international, there were countries that must have said, this is a country we want to deal with. There's a future in this country. And that is why even today, I've been involved in 2 or 3 projects where there's foreign investors involved. Those guys out there consider us a seriously potential investment destination because of things like what he did, like what Kibaki did, bringing free education. Those things raise your profile. So in terms of the first years of Uhuru Ruto, that to me was an amazing move.
And is I love, you see, we need to recognize the relationship between Ruto and Uhuru and Ruto.
Yes.
President and his DP.
Yes.
As one. You see, what you're talking about sounds, in fact, I can't find a better word than a bromance.
Yes.
That they were the yin and yang.
Yeah.
That they had figured out how to work together.
Yes.
You do this, I do this. You be on this thing, I be on this thing.
Yes.
And from a country perspective, did we see development?
Okay.
Did we see growth? What did it look like? Or did it now begin to look?
This is my feeling. And like I said, I'm not an economist. I'm not a beholder of a monopoly of all information. I think the expanded government by way of, with the 47 counties, and what that brought in terms of expenditure and all, slowed down a little bit of maybe some of the things they would have liked to do. Because now, all of a sudden, you know, we've got a lot more to spend to keep government running. So, but I think they did a lot. There's a lot they could have done. They talked about the laptops for children and what, some of very ambitious things which they couldn't accomplish. But they did what they could. For me, what came out completely in their first term, and what came out clearly for me, was that somewhere in there they were able to show how you can come to the ballot together, find a formula and work together well. They found a way to show us how to comply with internationally, with treaties you sign internationally. The Hague thing, the ICC thing. For me, that was big. And it's a human trait. We tend to dwell on the negatives and forget the positives. I want Kenyans not to forget that a sitting president relinquished office temporarily, presented himself to an international court, defended himself as an individual, not as a president of Kenya. Because that's what the handover was about. He went to the ICC as Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, not as president of Kenya, defended himself and came back and assumed office. It was big, and we are all victims for not, we are all, in the wrong for not remembering and not talking about it. This was a big thing. It was a milestone. It was a big thing in terms of showing who we are as a nation, in terms of complying without rules, and how civilized we are. And there are many who don't agree with The Hague, because some of the bigger nations like the US are not even members, are not held to account by that court. But I think for me, that was big in terms of complying with that court. That was big.
Before we transition,
Yes.
What's the agreement between Uhuru and Ruto? And are they vocalizing it?
Okay.
In
terms
one.
of kumi
yangu, kumi yako. Have they, is it, you guys are in there's what the public is hearing, there's what the parties are discussing.
Yes.
What does it sound like?
The first, year 2, what we're hearing, year 3, is that these guys they're working. And they're doing things very well together. And anywhere you see them, the body language is amazing. And when you see Ruto addressing a gathering before he introduces his president, it's amazing. But what has also happened is other players have started emerging. into this formation of two, other players are starting to gradually emerge. We saw a Ministry of Devolution with a huge budget compared to the other ministries. And of course, Anwar Guru ended up as a Minister for Devolution. And you start seeing her power, even her body language. She's powerful.
Martha Karua was governor.
Martha
No.
Karua,
Who was governor of Uko Down?
Anwar Guru.
Anwar Guru has always been governor.
Anwar Guru was a Minister for Devolution. So, and
Kirinyaga governor wasn't
and that's a good question. Who was the first governor
Kirinyaga.
for Kirinyaga? It was somebody else.
Ebu ingie
It was somebody else because I know that Martha didn't make it.
Martha did.
She didn't make it, and it's good since we're being fact checked. Let's just see. First governor of Kirinyaga. First governor.
In fact, let's take a break right there.
Yes.
We're coming back in 2 seconds to continue from here.
Yes. There were the leading lights of the Jubilee Alliance. There was Charity, who came with NARC, N-A-R-C.
It starts with Uhuru and Ruto.
Yeah, she came in with that. Then there was Balala, who came with his party, RC. That was the name of the party. But the guys who put it together were Uhuru with his TNA and Ruto with URP.
This conversation, I am loving it.
Yes.
You have moved me from a hater
Yes.
of politics. I wouldn't touch politics with a 10-inch pole.
Yes.
And now I've moved into the place, because of the way you're breaking it down, to a place where, so this is why people love politics. But I think they should love it from this unpacking.
Yes.
And I understand why, as Kenyans, we sit down and dissect politics.
Yes.
Why it's a conversation in the bars, it's a conversation in restaurants, doesn't matter where, in the club. I want to just, there's something I forgot to say. Then we continue with who was the first governor of Kirinyaga.
Yes.
That's where we put a pin on the last episode.
Yes.
I wanted to thank people who corrected me. I got a bit excited and I said we were 12 wives.
Yes.
We actually, those 12 wives meant 12 provinces, and people were actually like, no, we were not 12 provinces.
Yeah.
We were 8 provinces.
8 provinces.
Yes. So thank you.
I didn't want to correct you.
You did.
Because you went biblical with the 12.
Yeah,
so I left you there.
12 tribes of Israel.
But it's 8 provinces.
It's 8 provinces.
It's 8
and
provinces.
Also, the essence doesn't change.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's
The
8
message
wives.
is clear.
Yes.
The message is clear.
Okay. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
Yes.
We can continue.
Yes. So we were talking about the presidency that came in 2013. And when we were talking about that, we then went down the road of the handshakes. And then we explained that the handshakes that were driven by Raila came about because of the survival that Raila had to play. Because of the leader, when he emerged as a leader, because of what he went through and what he saw his father go through. As a man who was detained and the son comes and gets detained, at some point, you are human. Self-preservation kicks in. So when self-preservation kicked in for Raila, it meant that if he loses, he must find another way to come to the table. In the beginning, it was, you have to be in the face of the leader so you don't disappear. Because in those old KANU days, you could disappear. You could be found in a forest, like JM Karaoke. Okay?
Oko.
Or Oko now was a Moi.
Okay.
But you see, so because of that example, because what are we saying? The leaders do what they've seen. How you've been socialized is who you become. When we talked about the Somalis, we said, we've been socialized, look at them as outsiders, yet they're our brothers. So when you come, since we have talked about the Moi that made Raila, and we've talked about the Jomo
that made Moi.
made Moi. Now it's important, in all fairness, to unpack Jomo, in my humble opinion.
We are going there. Twende.
He assumed to office an old man. So, I'm imagining he was in retirement mode, physically and otherwise. He was an old man. He didn't expect to have too much heavy lifting. He's done his bit. He was jailed. He has gone to Lancaster House. He's done his bit, and it's a lot. That is why outside Kenya, he was revered. Haile Selassie Nu looked at Jomo as that giant who actually took on the British and ended up getting independence. So he was a giant. ANC talk about Jomo Kenyatta of South Africa. Yes, yes. They talk about him. There were songs back then with Kenyatta, the name Kenyatta in there.
And you can see for them, he's aspirational.
Yes.
This is a country that doesn't have independence. They're looking at, if Jomo can do this, we can.
So what is Jomo's legacy inside and outside Kenya? Outside Kenya is that he showed African nations that actually you can get independence from the British. We can't take that away from him. And it's an international thing. So there might have been people in Jamaica and we're saying, there's a man in Kenya called Jomo Kenyatta. Number one. Number two, an excellent orator. Stands on the microphone and everybody's transfixed. Now, he has ascended as an old man, has young children from his last wife. One of those young children ends up being our president. Now,
Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
So, how does Jomo's ascending to the presidency as an old man form the Uhuru the president?
Oh, wow.
See, we've talked about how Jomo and the 69 thing and everything formed Moi the president. How that, affected the president we got. And how that whole chauvinistic tribal narrative gave us the man who was Mwakenya and Nyayo, the chamber.
Yes.
And all that. So, let us also be fair. Jomo, we know, was a family man. That is clear. It's evident. And more interesting, because of the age gap between him and Uhuru, he was like a grandfather.
Oh, wow. His father was like his grandfather.
Because of the age gap. And it's not too far even for me. Why? If the general died in mid-60s, he was 65, 67, thereabouts. I was 19. So if you look at the age gap between my late father and I, who was second last born, it's also almost like a grandfather.
Wow.
Because let's count the years. How many years is that gap?
It's almost 40-something, is it? No.
64 and 19. So let's round it off to 65 and 20. It's 35, is it?
Yep.
35 years.
No, 65 and 20 is 45.
45 years.
Yeah.
So, the gap between myself and my grandson, I am 61, he is 4, is 55 years. So I was also almost a grandson to my father because my mother is the third wife. So, the relationship I had with the general was such that it was warm mostly. Because he's at that point in his life when too much heavy lifting, conflict, bringing up children, whipping them. No, he's past there. It's for other people to do. So same thing with Jomo and his son Uhuru. So Uhuru grows up as a prince with this man who is worldly and set in his, a mature man, a grandfather figure, and obviously passes on a lot of love. So there's that character of Uhuru a lot of us were drawn by. Very warm guy, easygoing, friendly guy. If you look at Uhuru when he hugs, he would hug, it was a full body hug. It wasn't
with no agenda.
There are leaders I would mention who I shake your hand and it's 4 fingers. And you feel it. You feel, why did this guy want to shake my hand or not? Uhuru, if it's not a hug, it's a clasp with warmth. And that transitioned into his presidency. So this is the guy he was as a result of who his father was as he was growing up.
No, I need to interject there. As a father of two,
Yes.
myself and my wife, I see the role we play in the kids. We have to have some discipline aspects. We have to have some uplifting aspects. We have to have, good and bad from their perspective. Because you have to toe the line at a time.
Yes.
Because you're trying to ensure that this child becomes a certain way in life.
Yes.
As best as you can.
Yes.
But then when we take them to the grandparents' house, including my father's house, those kids knew there is no. The word no doesn't exist. And I'm sure you as a grandfather, the mother must always be telling you stop always telling this child yes.
In fact, I have to make sure, because now they are living with me,
Yes.
my daughter and my grandson, I have to make sure I am not too involved in what he can or cannot do, because I'm going to spoil it. I'm going to mess. Because and they're intelligent. He's 4 years old. He comes in the sitting room. He says, "Babu," I say, "Yes, Tikal. Mama has pinched me."
Pinched you? No.
So what I do is, because I know I have to be careful, I say, "And what did you do?" "No, Mama was telling me to drink water." I say, "So drink water and tell Mama sorry." Then he walks away sulking, because what he wanted to accomplish, he didn't accomplish. That's a relationship, grandfather, grandson.
No.
So now we are talking about a president and his son, and the age gap is such that he could be a grandfather. So, and you see, he's holding Uhuru's hand, you see him on the armchair. So there was a lot of love. Spoiled him a bit maybe, but a lot of love. And Uhuru brings this into his political life. That's why some of us, like we were saying earlier, will follow him. Ruth was called me, but I'm following Uhuru. Because the warmth I'm feeling when I'm around my man,
Oh my God.
UK, my guy, when I'm around him, I'm feeling so much warmth. It's okay even if I see him once in 6 months. And now he's president.
Wow.
And we all kept feeling, this guy since the president, he's so warm, he's an easy guy. And some of us would say he comes from money. So he has no need for money. So this guy can actually turn the corruption narrative around. That was our belief. What we didn't realize is, because of his upbringing, there was some lifting he wouldn't be able to do because of how he's brought up. Nothing to fault him. It's just the way it is. And we'll jump a little bit forward, then we'll go back to where we were. Now, William Samoei has had to claw for everything he has. Everything he has. Even probably had to take care of his mother at a young age and his parents. Anything he makes, he takes home. So he doesn't have time for this sentimental stuff. No, he doesn't.
The way I was saying, but he doesn't care a bit. He doesn't have time.
No, he doesn't have time.
Let's work.
There was never time. He had to work.
Yeah.
So, and that's why people don't understand. When I say, and I give him accolades, the work ethic is crazy.
It's insane.
Because he's had, even Rigathi himself, when they were still together in the same camp, said, we'll try and catch up. We'll try. Not that we will. We will try. Because the guy's work ethic is crazy. The guy is driven. Now, for a country like Kenya, can you imagine if we're completely fair, with a president who has that work ethic, if we can look at him from a different prism, what do you think he brings on board? Because the guy never is like the advert, the Energizer, the bunny. He just keeps going. So if there was an environment around him that allows that to work for Kenya, what do you think he'll do in 10 years?
I worked in the financial industry, so I was aware about the privatization of KPC. William Ruto was involved.
Yes.
In fact, when he talked about the NSC the first time, Nairobi Stock Exchange, and bringing this privatization of public companies, there's a day he left State House and went to the Stock Exchange, Nyayo House.
Yes.
No, not Nyayo House, Nation House.
Nation House.
Do you know he was there even before other guys?
Yes.
Like, this is how the guy works.
This is how it works.
People were used to Uhuru, who would come a bit later.
Yeah. You know, it's how he socialized.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you tell me, if you are the son of a president and you're barely 10 years old, you don't have to think about much in terms of timing, programs. It's managed for you because of who you are.
Yep.
I mean, getting to school on time is not your responsibility. You know, it's not, because people are there to do, it is their role to get you to school on time.
Yep.
Yeah. When you're William, not only are you getting to school on time, you have to know how you're going.
And you have to have done work before you get to school.
You've
The chickens,
woken up, you have probably had chores to do in home, and then you have to find your way. You have to even get creative how you're going to get to school. Because that's how you're socialized. So when you have, and that is why when some of us who were in the campaigns in 2013, so we said, this pair,
Perfect.
where they're going to take Kenya. Amazing. Because one guy is easygoing, he is the face. This other guy is a machine, he's a computer. He puts gear and forward, backwards never.
You know, for people to understand William Ruto's work ethic, remove your emotions for a second.
Yes.
And every day, look at his social media. Don't look at it from an emotional perspective of what he's saying and everything.
Yes.
Look at it from a schedule. 8 o'clock, you have to be here. Give a speech. 10 o'clock, you have to be here. 11 o'clock, you have to be here. 12 o'clock or 3 o'clock, you have to be here.
Yes.
Restart that another day.
Yes.
That, whether or not you're being flown in choppers,
Yes.
whether or not you're being outback riders,
Yes.
the work he has to do.
The body of work.
What time does his day start? What time does it end?
That surrounds him, that body of the delivery. And so that is now what they brought into office. And when they brought that into office, he had no problem taking on the opposition. As in, Your Excellency, leave them to me. He had no problem. And because of who he is and how driven he is, he made enemies. And so there were people who were on the other side of the fence, who are very invested in making sure that the relationship, this bromance, has to break. This bromance has to end.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yes, because with this guy by Uhuru's side, we have no chance. As opposition, we have no chance. As long as William is number 2, we cannot beat this guy.
Okay, hold on. There's something you've said there.
Yes.
So in this tag team, in this bromance,
Yes.
there were sort of different roles.
You know, as happens when you come to office, you'll do defense, they need security, I'll do finance, you'll do, that happens. Yeah, so you share, you handle these ministries, I'm handling this ministry. So that means the parastatals that fall under that ministry, so that happens. Because unlike in previous elections and in previous constitution, you've now come at this as partners. You came to the ballot as partners. My vote was your vote was my vote. So there's a sharing in government. Whether it's 50-50, 60-40, there's a sharing. And in that sharing, you have your ministries, I have my ministries.
But also there was an element of you're strong at this, so I know you don't like doing this thing, I'll do it. I love doing this thing. So Ruto was I like the way you said it. He's the one who took on the opposition.
That for him was a thing he felt he can manage. So to a lot of times, he would take them on, which meant he would hit hard. Which meant there were people on the other side of the fence who looked at him either with envy, jealousy, or some level of hate. And as they went deeper into their first term, the guns were now on him and not Uhuru. This is our enemy. This guy is our enemy.
For real?
Yes. And that is why when the handshake happened, there was friction between Uhuru and Ruto, because now on board are people who don't have a liking for Ruto. Because he's been in their face. And now they've entered. Now they are in. The door has been opened by Uhuru and Raila. They're in the sitting room. And now this guy who's been bashing us,
we can, okay. Before we get to there, we were talking about, we had gone into a rabbit hole of devolution up until then. You were talking about the and Waigoro was. Then I asked the
Yes.
question. And
Yes.
Waigoro wasn't governor.
No,
You
she
were like,
wasn't.
no, she wasn't.
Yes.
Who was it?
There was a guy called Ndadi. Ndadi had been, I was just after checking AI, it jolted my memory when his name came up. I think he was in the immigration department before that. He's a principal immigration officer or something. And he was a one-term governor. And then after that, Waiguru did one term as minister and got caught up in the NYS scandal as a line minister and bore a lot of the condemnation and everything for that scandal. And as many of us will say, procurement is not done by a minister. So you can say the Ministry of Devolution did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But in reality, if you're really going to take the blame and go legal, then it's the officers within the ministry who handle the procurement, that whole thing. But you take political responsibility as a minister. And so that dented her quite a bit.
But the reason you brought up Waigoro was because you were beginning to say some departments seem to be getting more.
You see, what happened was her ministry got the largest budget. A big chunk of the budget was allocated to her ministry.
And her ministry at that time?
Devolution. She was the minister of devolution.
Okay.
Now, what it meant was that, obviously, devolution was an extremely important docket because we've just started governance with counties. We now have a devolved system of government for the first time. And therefore, that is a crucial ministry. So she had a huge budget. And because she had a huge budget, and because she was handling the governors, she was also very visible. And so there were whispers here and there that, oh, you know, she's almost at par with the deputy president. But I think that was our nature as Kenyans. We are very political and we are all experts about what is happening and what is not happening. But the point here that I'm making is that ministry got a big chunk. And I'm imagining there might have been some envy within the government. Because when this story of NYS came out, I just got the impression that people were sitting back, even in government, and spectating. Or sitting back like, oh, okay, it's not my problem. So that thing erupted, and the Kenyans were treated to all manner of stories. Oh, money was carried in bags, oh, and all that, and all that, and all that. And some people ended up being questioned and all. Long story short, Waiguru served that year and that term and went into politics.
And went now into
the governorship.
The governorship.
Now, why was she given that prominent docket? People will say all manner of things. I look at it from a different angle.
Devolution now.
Yes. Waiguru was the mother of the IFMIS platform in Treasury.
Yes.
Yeah? A platform that centralized disbursement of funds and everything across government at the time of the Nusu Mukate government. At the time when Raila was prime minister, Kibaki was president, there was a lot of headbutting, and she held her docket well. And they were housed in the same building. Raila's office was in the National Treasury. She was sitting in the National Treasury. And she managed to maintain a healthy relationship with her bosses. And she pushed that up to when Uhuru became president. My belief is that because of that, and remember, Uhuru was Minister for Finance. So these were people he had worked with. And he must have seen how the heavy lifting element came in. So, and the Uhuru I know, he will not venture very far when it comes to you being somebody he wants to depend on. He won't venture too far, you know. So he pulled those he knew, her being one, and she ended up in that docket.
Okay.
And she did what she did. Obviously, there must have been a lot of navigation to do because we're now entering this new dispensation where we've got a devolved system of government. So she does what she does, and then she becomes a governor round 2. As that is unfolding, there's a lot of squabbling with the county governments over what is a devolved function, what is not a devolved function, and there's a lot of headbutting over that. And governors are finding their way, and the ministry is finding its way, and there's issues about disbursement of funds. It's all new.
This is the first time.
2013, 2017.
Let me ask this, because you've brought this up. It's actually got me thinking, and I think about, you know what, your story, you telling this story. I just keep seeing cycles, and so I'm wondering, as the power that comes in 2012,
Yes.
who is Jubilee? Jubilee is not even a party on its own.
It's an alliance.
Okay, explain. First of all, explain Jubilee so that I can then go to my question.
So what happened is there were the leading lights of the Jubilee Alliance. There was Charity, who came with NARC, N-A-R-C.
It starts with Uhuru and Ruto.
Yeah, she came in with that. Then there was Balala, who came with his party, RC. That was the name of the party. But the guys who put it together were Uhuru with his TNA and Ruto with URP. So the alliance was formed under them, and then these two then followed through.
Okay.
So you now have 4 prominent parties forming the Jubilee Alliance. And these guys then form government.
Martha Karua stood on her own.
Yeah, Martha Karua was on her own. Okay. NARC Kenya.
Okay.
Yes. So they formed this alliance. And in that alliance, government was formed.
Now, so now I can go to my question, because we've understood Jubilee.
Yes.
Jubilee sounds exactly like what Kibaki and LDP did before the MOU that was dishonored.
Yes.
So when they form Jubilee, are there conversations of, I expect this 30% of government is mine, 20?
Oh, yes.
There is.
It's politics. In fact, and it's interesting. And I tip my hat off to them. We didn't hear a lot of rambling about what the pact was.
They just look like one.
We didn't hear a lot of rambling.
I didn't even know Balala Najib.
Yes.
That's why he ended up in tourism.
We didn't know that there was a pact, and I mean, we knew there was a pact, but we didn't hear rumblings. We didn't hear, I was supposed to get 40 or 30. No, we didn't. And they signed. When they were launching the alliance at Kasarani, they even signed. Charity gave a speech and she brought a document which they signed. Uhuru and Ruto signed in front of cameras.
Wow.
Yes. Which had whatever pact that she now wanted confirmed as she came on board. We didn't get the full contents, but she did a presentation where she talked about the things that she believed in, and she talked about the things that made her, that would be non-negotiable when she joins this alliance, and that she would like to see implemented. So she came with something, and she presented it, and we saw them sign, and the Jubilee Alliance was launched. And after that, then, you know, as we get nearer and nearer to the end of the term, meaning they have to defend, which is sometime in 2017. Now there's a buzz about collapsing these parties.
Hold on. You know, this is a big thing.
Yes.
You're telling me, what I'm hearing you say is MOUs can work.
MOUs can work.
Because it worked with Uhuru at the head honoring it.
And not only did it work, we didn't get to hear the details. Because I'm imagining, like most sensitive contracts, when you sign,
yes,
there's an NDA, non-disclosure, you sign. Yes. So some of the things we were treated to by previous alliances was unfortunate. Because you're supposed to keep it under wraps. You guys have signed a deal, and you didn't involve us. You didn't involve the electorate. The MOU that was signed between Kibaki as team and Raila's team did not involve the electorate. It was an assumption that we will go along with what they sign. It was an assumption. So when it didn't work, it became our problem now. Yeah? And in reality, even in law, they say you cannot debate a contract you're not part of. You're not party. You didn't sign anywhere, you didn't give your mandate, you didn't give power of attorney. Okay? It is an assumed power of attorney. So this
So first
pact,
time Jubilee Pact worked.
we didn't get the details. Some people say, oh, there was squabbling. I differ. I say it wasn't like the MOU. People say, oh, Ruto asked for more than he expected. We'll always talk about politics, but it wasn't in our face. And appointments were made, and people were appointed, ambassadors were appointed, parastatal chiefs were appointed, and life went on, and guys started working. And Ruto did his bit, and Uhuru did his bit. And as we near the election,
Now 2017.
2017, we say Ruto is a strategist. From where I sit, he must have been thinking, we are entering the final term of Uhuru, so I have to start drawing a roadmap. And because it's been publicly said, yangu kumi, yako kumi, Ruto is preparing. So one of the things that could have turned us around, and two of us suggested and we were rubbished, when my uncle, the first senator of Makueni, passed away, in the run-up to his burial, I got intelligence on the ground because I am from there.
Now 2017.
2017, we say Ruto is a strategist. From where I sit, he must have been thinking, we are entering the final term of Uhuru, so I have to start drawing a roadmap. And because it's been publicly said, yangu kumi, yako kumi, Ruto is preparing. And remember what we talked about, he's clawed for everything he has. And so therefore, nothing is assumed with him. He is not assuming anything. He is leaving nothing to chance. He is putting into place the machinery and the players who will take him to the presidency when Uhuru retires.
I get.
So in that scheme, one of the strongest things is to take this party that has got several prominent tribes in it and turn it into a party. Take the alliance and turn it into a party.
So Jubilee, Jubilee.
Jubilee Alliance is turned into a party sometime in 2016. It is now a political party. In my opinion as a politician, good idea.
Yeah.
Because you recognize that to keep the numbers intact, to keep several tribes in one basket so that then you have a chance when you're stabbing at that presidency is good politics. So we see the unveiling of Jubilee, the party. Now, stories are told that bad blood has started developing. Whispers that they're not getting along. I don't know. Because I saw trouble starting to brew after the second term began. That's when I saw, looks like something's amiss.
At this time, by the way, are you in this political game?
Now, what I've done is, in 2013, because of friends and contacts in my old political days, I get roped into something we call the Jubilee Advisory Council. So I'm in a small team campaigning for Uhuru Ruto. And in that team, we are working with former MPs, two guys, and a former military guy who was our chair. And our job is to look at propaganda. We look at the propaganda. Raila says something, we look at it. And where necessary, we put a spin in the response. And then we push it upstairs. And it gets to Uhuru and Ruto. And if they feel it is something they want to adopt, they adopt it. And so that was our job.
You guys are in the
Spin.
in the back end.
In the back end. And we then, like I said in a previous episode, we were the different teams were collapsed into one team at the tail end of the campaign, and we all came. I think there was one or two teams in different offices. They all came, and we ended up now operating out of Catholic University. So that became where we were all based. We picked an auditorium which had one or two lounges. That was the base. And now from there, we had a team there, and we had a small team in Bomas, guarding the vote, verifying what's come in, authenticating it before it's announced on the floor of the auditorium in Bomas. So we pushed that. We got involved in that. Our guys announced, given a certificate, speech of acceptance. Opposition goes to court through AFRICOG, which was, I believe, an NGO, and we get a ruling in our favor, and we are sworn in on our knees.
But before that,
Yes.
No, sworn in on our knees. That was first time.
First time.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now, okay. So now, as you're watching, you're hearing the rumors.
I'm hearing the rumors as we're running to the second term, and somebody very close to Uhuru, a close friend of mine, I shall not mention because of his proximity to Uhuru and because I could pick one or two things from him. He tells me there's trouble in paradise. I ask what's going on. He says, just these guys are not getting along. I say, what do you mean? I see warmth. He says, no. One side is pushing for too much. In this cake, they want a bigger cake than they're entitled to.
For second term, now coming to second term.
Yeah, but we're still in one term, a year to go or something.
Okay.
But he says there's a lot of push and pull in there. We had breakfast at the Hilton on Gong Road. And I asked him, what are you saying? He says, there's trouble brewing. I tell him, so are we running with the same DP? Because you have a choice to change in the next election. Say, yeah, we're going with the same guy, but things are not where they were. So I said, okay, I don't take serious note of it. When you've played in politics on and off like myself, there's sometimes stuff that is really not accurate. Sometimes, even though my friend wouldn't do that, messages are sent out. You start a buzz for the intelligence to do a survey.
You're a pawn.
You're a pawn. A conversation begins, and you don't know. And you're thrust into it.
You guys are playing chess.
And you go, you talk, and people talk. And the purpose of that message
Was for you to talk.
was for you to talk and for a certain response. They're waiting to see what people are saying. And so they listen and they have a report.
You're joking.
That is politics for you. And I learned that because when I was a consumer, when I became a consumer of intelligence, that's when my friend who has since retired told me. He told me there's stuff that is thrown out. It's thrown out there. And you speak. And I'm imagining now with social media, there are platforms that we follow that are just intelligence. And they're intelligence gathering. And they plant a seed and sit back. So here we are.
And there are people used to popularize that message that has been planted.
Oh, yes. There are people who will sniff tear gas, but they are on the inside.
Yeah.
Their job is to go out there and plant a seed, but come back and watch. Then they know, this is where the weight is. So then I'm like, hey, So we come to, by the time we're coming to the elections, it's now I'm looking, now because seed has been planted in my brain. So now I'm observing, I'm wondering, how does it look? What's going on? We go to the elections. We do the heavy lifting. I now had been pushed out a little bit, or rather the word is I didn't have access, because when we were campaigning, there were MP, now president and DP. And I'm not naive, because I've worked in the one of Moi to Kibaki. I was a little bit in there as an aspirant for MP. And these things will happen. You will find access to the center is not the same, because your man is now not just an ordinary citizen. And the machine of state kicks in. So now I'm not completely getting access, and the people I've worked with have gotten jobs. So even to put that committee together, it's not possible. Guys, like one of our guys was in Geneva, he's ambassador,
Oh, they've gotten...
The committee we're in,
Yes,
guys have gotten jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah. One guy ended up at NTSA, pop. So it's not the same.
My guy, what happened to you, man?
Man. So here I am, I'm floating.
You snooze, you lose.
I tell you. So I'm floating. So somebody who's very close to the center calls me and says, Andy, we need your help.
No, but for real, were you offered a job?
Well, let's just say I presented my CV twice and it didn't get far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I gave my CV, it didn't get far. So I'm asked to assist with the ground, because now the party Jubilee that has been formed is facing serious hostility in Ukambani. Because in Ukambani, Kalonzo has emerged as a true partner to Raila under the CORD formation. And he's a force to reckon with. He's back to where he was in 2007. Because in the run-up to the PV elections, he was a presidential candidate under ODM Kenya and emerged as a force. And now he's back in that position.
Actually, who ran as DP for CORD in the first, would have been DP if CORD had gotten into power?
The first combination in 2012. In 2012, on this side of the divide, we had Uhuru Ruto. On the other side, we had Kalonzo Raila.
Oh, wow. It would have been Kalonzo?
Yes.
Okay.
Kalonzo Raila.
Okay.
So now we are coming to second term.
2017 now.
2017. And I'm asked to assist on the ground. So I go to the ground. So I'm now working in Makueni with 2 other people, and we are putting together MCAs who are warm to us, giving them capacity, merchandising. And there was a program we had borrowed, I think it was borrowed from Zambia, a structure of approaching the ground where you come from the polling center up. So if you're an MCA, you've got a network that starts at the polling center, so many people, and it climbs and climbs and climbs up to the top, wherever your top is. So if your top is MCA, we track it from the polling center. If your top is MP, we track it down to MCA down. So with the MCAs, we were giving them that. And we were advised that we focus.
For primaries? Or now you've already primary, the leader has been decided?
The candidates were decided because we actually didn't even have candidates in every ward.
Wow.
Because it's a party that nobody is seeing like it has a chance in Ukambani.
And this is the ruling
party.
Yes.
It's because that region is deemed to be wiper.
It's like going to Nyanza.
Yes, it's a wiper region. So we have candidates, but you can tell that the ground is really on the other side.
Okay.
And now Musalia has come on board with something they call NASA, which is another formation. because CORD has been dropped. Now they have another formation called NASA.
And ODM now, Raila
And
is ODM.
ODM is in NASA, and Wiper is in NASA. And
Okay.
yes. So we go to the elections.
Wait, how was it then on the ground? Like, I mean, you're in hostility.
Hostile. Hostile. We couldn't do rallies in open spaces unless we were with the president and his guy.
What?
Our meetings were in churches and town hall, that concept. Open air were very few. But now there was this animal of road shows that had kicked in. Our politics now had moved. Now we had these big trucks
Yes.
with PA system. So the roadshow concept had kicked in. So now we would do that. And the old concept of the market day came back. So you have a roadshow, and we'll go through here, here it's market day, like that, you'll get crowds. You stop at a market, you address the gathering, and you move on.
Wait.
And because it's cheaper because you're not mobilizing.
Yes.
So that kicked in. It became a thing. It had kicked in 2013, but now it's a real thing now. Everybody had a truck with sound. Anybody was a serious contender. So we do our bit.
And are you giving the feedback back like, hey, guys, huku ni kubaya?
Well, the beauty about being in the ruling party is that you have access to intelligence.
Oh.
So in our team, we would engage. In the area we are in, we would engage the counties, the 3 counties of Ukambani. We knew the guys sitting at that level. So they would just say, here, this is how you're faring, these are percentages they're looking at. So we knew how we were faring on the ground. And we knew that we'd be lucky to see 25%, max 30%. We knew. And the numbers were there. And I remember having this conversation with His Excellency the President in Makueni about the percentage after a rally we had there. And when I told him what I think we'll get, I realized he had been given a slightly different number.
A bit higher.
He didn't say it, but just from his reaction.
You were shocked.
Not shocked. He looked a little wondering, like, oh, okay, So because we had a bad day, he had been booed.
Oh.
He had been booed. And when he was getting into the presidential SUV to go to the field where the choppers were flying out of, I got to have a chat with him when he was in the car and I was standing. And I told him, because I had heard in 2 meetings I'd been in, people were floating numbers that were unrealistic. They will get 40%. I'm like, where from? The Kamba is a very interesting lot. My people are very interesting. You don't have to give them money. If they truly believe, you don't have to give them money. Because Kalonzo doesn't spend money. They believe in him. And once they follow, they follow. And so I would engage and they would tell me, no. So we crunched the numbers and somebody else crunched numbers and whoever, and I think some stuff was escalated to NIS. And our contact told us, 20-ish. So we had gotten, I think, 12% in the first term. So we would get slightly more, but nothing fantastic.
And is it possible to turn that around? Just before we move, I'm really interested in this conversation. First of all, I'm thinking about the yes men around you who are trying to tell you pleasing results, I don't know why, rather than give you the reality. And then also, is there things that had you been given the authority that from day one, you could have turned that 12 into 50?
So one of the things that could have turned us around, and 2 of us suggested and we were rubbished, when my uncle, the first senator of Makueni, passed away, in the run-up to his burial, I got intelligence on the ground because I am from there. And because he was related to me, I had access to people in the Wiper camp who were his supporters, who I could pick my phone and talk to. And they would give me the nitty-gritty that is in the kitchen. Because he was my uncle, and 1 or 2 of them, his bodyguard and 1 or 2 other guys, had seen his body language around me. He was fond of me. So I got some very interesting intelligence. I was told, if you guys seriously want to make an impact here in 3 years, because he died in the first year, don't field a candidate. It's a by-election. Tell the president to come here. Let him come to a service in a church. Let him say, I'm very sorry about the death of your leader. Him and I were in Kanu. When I was chairman of Kanu, I appointed him nominated MP, which is true. Mutula Senior was a nominated MP, courtesy of Uhuru Kenyatta as chair.
Wow.
So he could say that. And let Uhuru say that I appointed this man. And so therefore, because there was that buzz about him killing, and he says, bring a Bible, Nishike. I have no interest to killing him. We disagreed because he felt I shouldn't be a candidate because of the ICC matter. And he said it. That's who Mutula was. He said it on camera. He said, he doesn't think. He thinks it's a bad example. So the person I told who apparently had access to Uhuru rubbished me completely. They said, I don't understand politics. You can't leave it open. We have to make a showing. I told him it's a waste of time. And I told him the Kamba will take it to mean we are celebrating the death of Mutula.
Oh.
I told the guy, I told him, listen, don't field a candidate. This is what I'm being told. Let Uhuru come and say, whoever from this family you present, we are not challenging. Let it be direct. Let's not even waste time. Let that person be unopposed. And if he's opposed from another party, it will not be from Jubilee. Yeah? And that person told me, it will turn Uhuru into a darling. Overnight, the guys will say, Nyewe, this son of Jomo is a good man. Because he's come to cry with us. Yeah. And for him to do that after the burial, because he came for the burial as head of state. But after the burial, to pay a visit and organize it, coordinate a big church in the home constituency, which is Mboni, a big, heavily populated church, come there to pray, to visit and pray. And when he comes to say, and, keep it quiet so it doesn't leak, per se, come there and say, I have been soul searching about this matter. Again, Poleni for losing the great leader, a great man, and in the interest of growing our country, and in the interest of allowing talent to flourish, I am told there might be whispers of a child of that home who is interested in the seat. We will not challenge.
Because either way, you wouldn't win.
You couldn't win. The guy who told me this, I counter-checked with my contact in NIS. I asked him, he told me, whoever vies against anybody with a second name Mutula will be lucky to get 10% of the vote this other guy will garner. They'll be lucky. And there was a hiccup. Kathy, my younger sister Kathy, was presented because of how she had performed during the AfriCog case. So she was presented by Wiper as their candidate.
His daughter.
But turns out there was an issue with her registration as a voter. And Jubilee caught it. And it went viral and they exploded it. And she didn't have papers. So in a quick about turn, Jubilee presented Junior. And he didn't need to do much. The name was so strong. And in was Junior Senator with a big margin. But what did Jubilee do? Jubilee presented a candidate called Professor Kaloki.
No, but you said Jubilee presented Junior. It wasn't Jubilee.
Sorry.
COD.
Sorry, not COD. Wiper.
I mean Wiper.
Wiper presented Junior. Then Jubilee presented a candidate called Professor Kaloki, who had been a member of parliament for Kibwezi and who had vied for the governorship working with the late Mutula. Because in the first devolved government election, Mutula went for senator, Professor Kaloki went for governor. and was trounced by Kivutha Kibwana.
I get.
So Professor Kaloki was defeated by
Kivutha.
Kivutha. So now he came back with the government, a ruling party, to vie against Mutula's son for senator.
Ooh.
Okay? And he lost with a big margin.
For senator, yes.
Because it was senator.
Yeah, to senator.
Because the governor was still Kivutha.
Yes, Kivutha did the first term.
And I didn't feel that we needed to field a candidate, number one. Number two, I felt that fielding a candidate who had worked with Mutula against Mutula's son would not be received well. Because you were here barely a year or so ago campaigning with this junior's father, and you were a team. Why would you now go against the child? Regardless of what you want. But that's what he did. And in fact, fast forward now, he's a candidate for governor against Junior.
Again.
And he's an UDA candidate now. He started off like he was flirting with Wiper. He has since decamped. He's a government, he's an UDA candidate.
As of today when we're speaking.
As we speak now, as we sit here, he's a candidate against Junior. And these are some of the things, as we go into the future, we'll talk about party strategies and strategies that lose you votes, strategies that gain you votes. You know, regardless of what you think on the ground, and there's this perception by political parties that you must make a showing, you must make a showing, you must make a showing. In my humble opinion, that sometimes is you shoot yourself in the leg. Because you don't gain ground, you lose ground. Because what the ruling party did is it lost ground by allowing Professor Kaloki to be the flag bearer. And you see, what was happening then was, remember, under the Jubilee Alliance, there were parties that had come in 2016.
TNA and the rest.
Yes. Now, fast forward, they were behaving like they were not under, because Kaloki was appearing like he's coming under Charity Ngilu's formation, or rather party. But these guys were supposed to have been
Jubilee.
A party. So that created confusion on the ground. Those who cobbled together that candidature thought and felt that because Charity is Kamba, that coming on a party affiliated or associated with her would get favor on the ground. That was the calculation. I felt he still couldn't win. That was my feeling. And this was my argument, if he couldn't win while partnered with the late Mutula, who was a force to reckon with, how would he win now against Mutula's son? Bad mathematics. And that followed us to the election. That followed us to the next elections, which was the 2017 election. That whatever bad blood that was developed then, it followed us. By the time we were campaigning, like I told you, we were booed. Uhuru was booed in the county headquarters in Makueni, in the town we call Water.
By the time you're talking to him and giving him
just telling him
numbers,
what I think,
it started.
We had
this
built,
seed was planted.
It was planted during Mutula's burial, and we couldn't walk away from it. And it built and built and built, and it was just, the ground was toxic now. The ground was toxic. There are places you'd go, and I remember we were going with MCAs through the planning and how they should do their thing and the training, and then we'd facilitate. And we were in a place called Yata. There's a hotel called Dallas, which belongs to the former late Commissioner of Police, Philip Kilonzo. A very nice establishment with meeting rooms, nice rooms, good food, a very decent hotel, very well done, which for a lot of people when you travel is a perfect place to stop for a meal as you carry on. In fact, it's called Dallas. The Kamba Dallas with an N.
Dallas.
Dallas. That town is called Dallas. So we stopped there.
Funny.
We got a hall, hired a hall, and we were training MCAs. And some ladies who were in the team who were training, when I got to address, we came up with a narrative that started helping slightly. And we had tried it in 2 or 3 rallies, outdoor rallies, where you can tell they're about to boo you. Because now Jubilee the symbol was red. So they were calling us Kared in Gikamba, Katune, that Kared thing. So even when you're finishing, they tell you, get up and go. Okay. Go, and I. So I realized when we were at that Dallas place, I tested something I was thinking that might work. So when I was called to speak, I said, my name is so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. My 3 names. And then I went clan, quickly. I said, my father's clan were called the Ambua. I'm a Mumbua. And my mother's clan is this one. And then you ask anybody there who's of that clan, to greet you. If they're elderly, they greet you in the Kamba greeting, which is Wacha. And you say, So we go there. Then after we are done with the greetings, I tell them, I am here supporting Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Kalonzo is my big brother, same clan as me. Do you want to know why I'm supporting Uhuru? And now you've got the attention of the room, or the hall, or the church. Allah, tell them, this is a 5-year cycle we're going into. Whoever wins now will either do 5 years or 10 years. If Raila gets it now, he will do 10 years. So the journey of the Kamba to get to the presidency will be longer. It's primary school mathematics. But if Uhuru gets his final term, then our son will be in the race again, and now he can take it. So that resonated. So guys sit back and say, he has a point. So now my story is, these ladies follow me outside. When we're done now, we're taking a break. Then we're going to serve lunch and leave. So these 3 ladies follow me outside. And they say, you said your name is who? I said, one of them knew somebody in our family. Oh, I know, she's a distant cousin. I said, oh yeah. They said, oh, I worked with her somewhere. Then they tell me, that mathematics you've given us, we're curious now. So you're telling us you would be backing Kalonzo? I said, yeah, if he's on the ballot. He's not on the ballot now. Raila is the one on the ballot. I said, okay. So, yeah. Who's on the ballot? They say, okay, I tell you, yeah. And don't be cheated. Raila will do 2 terms. One lady told me, do you know what you should do, Ndola? Go and get these Kamba guys who do the songs. People actually compose songs during elections. Let them compose that song into a proper story and let it go viral. You'll get votes. So I talked to my team leader, who was then the Minister for Health, tell him there's a plan we had. I think he trivialized me. He didn't take it seriously. Because when you're in the campaigns, everybody's pushing for space and everybody's positioning for work. I did heavy lifting, give me a job. And that's how you get appointed. And that is why even you'll get a candidate vying who knows he can't win, but he's vying to get a job. And that is why in the by-election of my uncle, the professor vied. He had vied barely a year before and couldn't win. He must have known he can't win.
But there's a job.
And he got a job. He became the MD for KMTC. And because KMTC has got branches all over, he was able to use it to familiarize himself with the ground and set up, I think he set up KMTC in the home county, and hence now he's emergence again as a candidate.
This is some serious chess.
So you draw a roadmap. So you come and say, I've got 20 million, 10 million, whatever. I'm going to vie, I'm not going to win. but I'm the president's man here. And when the jobs are given, then I go and position myself, I get a job, then I use that job to be visible on the ground, then I come back and I'll vie.
But also in this mix, there's something that I've understood that is not often talked about. We are a nation of, I know we kept saying 47 children, sometimes it's 42 children. And these tribes are very different people.
Very.
So the way you operate in Nyanza is not the way you should operate in Ukambani.
Oh,
the way you
yes.
operate in Rift is not the way you should operate in Coast.
Very different.
And the nuances of this may not be understood
Yes.
depending on who is the authority
Yes.
that you're reporting to.
Yes.
So, for example, you are giving advice
Yes.
that are choleric
Yes.
because Kambas are nice and chilled and,
Yes.
and warm and loving.
Yes.
And Kikuyus are a bit biashara style. They
Yes.
go cutthroat.
Cutthroat. In fact, Kikuyus, if you don't have money, they wonder what you're doing in the race. You have money. What are you trying? Here, if you're either you have money or forget it. And you know, and it's interesting you say that. Let me rewind the clock and take you to 2005.
Yeah, this is crazy.
So 2005, and it's vicious. At that level, the game is so vicious. If you are coming to present a realistic number, you can even be killed.
What do you mean?
I mean, what is this guy? It's like, what is this guy saying here? What? Pesa itakatika.
Hold on, this is internal politics.
It's
not
deadly.
We are a nation of, I know we kept saying 47 children, sometimes it's 42 children. And these tribes are very different people.
Very.
So the way you operate in Nyanza is not the way you should operate in Ukambani.
Oh,
the way you
yes.
operate in Rift is not the way you should operate in Coast.
Very different.
And the nuances of this may not be understood
Yes.
depending on who is the authority
Yes.
that you're reporting to.
Yes.
So, for example, you are giving advice
Yes.
that are choleric
Yes.
because Kambas are nice and chilled and,
Yes.
and warm and loving.
Yes.
And Kikuyus are a bit biashara style. They
Yes.
go cutthroat.
Cutthroat. In fact, Kikuyus, if you don't have money, they wonder what you're doing in the race. You have money. What are you trying? Here, if you're either you have money or forget it. And you know, and it's interesting you say that. Let me rewind the clock and take you to 2005.
Yeah, this is crazy.
So 2005, my good friend Pete Mboya dies in a motorbike accident. And I had met Otieno Kajwang, the late Otieno Kajwang, a month or two before that. We had met coincidentally through a friend. And so now Pete has passed, and I want to go and bury Pete, all the way in Mbita. So my friend Tom, who had introduced me to Kajwang, I tell him, by the way, I'll be in your home country. He says, oh, yeah. I tell him I'm coming to bury Pete. He said, I will go together. So him and his wife, myself and my wife Betty, we drive to Mbita. But before we go, we meet with Kajwang at the Grand Regency. And Kajwang tells me, Wewe, you know I've got a fundraiser. You must come as my guest. So we decide we'll do 2 nights out there. We'll bury, spend a night, and then second night, and then come back. So we go for a rally, for a fundraiser after the burial. So for you to tell me now, we're talking about the different parts of the country, different tribes, and how they think. The Kambas are chill. The Kikuyus, if you don't have the money, don't waste time. The Luo, you are a champion if you took on government. So at the rally, Kajwang introduces me to speak. Now he's speaking in Luo, but I'm sitting next to my friend, it's called Tom Alila. And Tom is telling me what Kajwang is saying. So Kajwang says he has a guest here. And it's where for a politician, when you show you have guests from far and wide, you look like a national leader. So of course, to Kajwang, I'm not from Nairobi. He's saying I have a friend from Makueni district, constituency Kelome. He is member of parliament, was the late Tony Ndilinge. So that resonates. Then he says, and he's son of General Ndolo, the man who wanted to take the presidency from Jomo.
He can love you.
Now the crowd is attentive. He's just got their attention.
He's carrying salt.
By going there,
Yeah.
going cool.
Yes.
Now I'm trending on the spot. So by the time I rise to the mic, I have the attention of the entire crowd. Not a single person is talking. Because now they're waiting to hear. And remember, Kajwang is the composer of Mapambano. Mapambano. So this is who he is. So when I get to the mic, now I'm like, what? It's not even in my character. I'm not that politician. I can't come here and spew venom and bile. So
You're from the campus, man.
so I think very quickly on my feet, and I greet them, and I tell them, like, you've heard my name, I'm speaking Swahili, and I say, I'd come to bury my friend Pete Mboya. So I realized when I say Mboya, I notice kidogo, okay, guys are, it's destruction. Then I say, and the late Mboya was a very good friend of my father when my father was army chief under Jomo Kenyatta's government. Na walikuwa wana zozana. These Mboya, Ndolo, they were zozanaing with some of the people in Jomo's government. So I say, so I realize now I can't go too far south because I'm not in that formation. And you see, I was still thinking of vying. We hadn't done Kano branch. Susan hadn't passed. And I didn't know when I get back to Kilome which formation I'll be in. And essentially, I was still floating. I hadn't gone to the Kano branch camp with Biwot. I was floating. So I decided, let me put this to a rest very quickly. So I say, and I'm a politician, and this gentleman is my friend. And then I quickly turn it to him and I said, you guys have a champion here. Muko na shujaa hapa. Say yes. Na huyu ni Simba, na kama mtampigia kura mutupee yeye, tuende na yeye Kilome, tutamupea ujumbe ya Kilome, akuwe mjumbe wetu. They love that, and I knew now I've escaped. So back to the point. There, the narrative had to be that narrative. Controversial. That's what they consume. And they consume it well. And that is why in a previous episode we said, when Raila was in Kibera, he couldn't be the Raila who speaks...
Diplomat in the UN.
No, or even in or even in Ukambani. It's different. There is Mapambano. Because that audience want to hear that. So when you go to Ukambani and we go back to the elections of 2017, we had an uphill task. Why? Unlike recently, I'm seeing a culture that is developing in Ukambani. I've even seen them burning shops and tires on the highway. Back then, the resistance was there, but it was subtle. You'll see it in the vote. They would be there, particularly with us. They would just, they listen to you. But they're not buying what you're selling, and they're not going to buy what you're selling, and you'll know in the vote. That's why when I heard people who I sat in a committee with, and they were saying we will get 35%, 40%, I was like, where are they getting these numbers? And a friend of mine was a retired PC who had been seconded to State House, calls me for lunch and asks me, give me the raw numbers. And I tell him, Mana PC, why are you asking me the numbers? You pick up your phone and call NIS. He says, no, now this thing is contaminated. We don't know who's telling us the truth. And we think somebody is even trying to doctor what comes from NIS. I say, why do you think so? He said, because of money. Essentially, in politics, there's the zones you're hunting, and there's the whole zones you're retaining.
Oh, and then the ones which are,
and then
don't waste time.
They don't waste time. And because this was an Uhuru campaign.
In president.
And he's president. And the way the machine around Uhuru thinks. Take a calculator. How many votes are in Makueni? 200,000 or whatever. What is your budget? Oh, we want to spend 60 million, 100 million, whatever. Calculate. What is each vote going to cost us? Here, divide. X. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Can we get that vote in Meru by spending less? Or can we get it in the Rift? So,
Wow.
that's how the numbers are crunched. So is it justified for us to pour that money in Ukambani? Now, the political players always benefit. If you're given 2 million, you put million here, million in the campaign. So those are the guys who sell those fake numbers.
Yeah.
See, they're going to benefit.
It's rough.
They want the budget to go from 20 to 30 million. So they sell hope. They tell you, no.
Bro.
Wasiri. Oh, Your Excellency.
Ground.
Ground. We will get her. So you go into your pocket hand?
And there are some people who are going to be upset with this episode.
So now what I did is when this guy was my friend, when this guy was PC called me, he knew me from before when he was at DC. And he knew I could shoot straight. So he called me. He told me, I want us to sit. We sat for lunch. He told me, give me the numbers and I won't expose you. He told me, no, forget about those guys. Forget about it. And I asked, me, I want to hear from you. What do you think? So I asked him, what did we get in the previous election? He says, he wasn't sure. He called somebody, he said something like 14% in Ukambani. Told him, okay. I wouldn't give it more than 25%. He said, what are you saying? I told him, yeah, I cannot see us doubling. We cannot double. We'll be lucky. It will get to 20-ish there, 25. But he says, what do you mean? I told him, yeah. I told him, this NASA machine is strong. Kalonzo has come from strength to strength. He's getting a naiva. He's getting better and better. So he says, so I told him, and then you need to look at the governors. Kivutha Kibwana in Makueni, where the opposition always is very strong in Ukambani, is a master mobilizer. Quiet, under the radar. He's going to hit us. So now, fast forward, we're at the rally, and Uhuru is speaking, and guys are telling him, NASA,
And those are not plants.
Those guys must have been planted. That's okay. Kivutha Kibwana is, like I said, he's very good at that. So, and how we knew there was trouble is when we came into the field, it's in the middle of the market, that is water, and it is fenced. There's a barbed wire fence right round. And the place had a big crowd outside the barbed wire. So we have a few guys in us. We've got the truck with the PA system and what. So we've got a crowd.
And the president.
And the president has landed. We've received him at the helicopter, which is about 2 kilometers where he landed. Then we've come now as a motorcade. We're following each other. So when we land at the field and we all get out of our cars, and now we position, guys get onto the truck with him.
Yeah.
The crowd, there's a crowd with us. But you can see there's islands of empty space. But outside the wire is full, shoulder to shoulder, head to head. So for me, that's the first warning sign. They are going to do something, and they don't want to be contained in this fenced space. The night before, we had a meeting with the MCS, and they told me, "Eesh, this place is bad." Told me, in fact, you don't climb onto that truck. Where the President Ruto will be, don't climb up there. Because you're going to get the brunt of whatever happens. And true enough.
So guys started booing and so
yeah, and particularly it's like they waited for him. They would mumble when another leader is speaking, but I think the plan was to boo the president. So they booed him and he wasn't happy. And, when he got off the truck and got into the limo, into the V8 to drive to the chopper, he caught my eye from where I was standing and he was in the car. So he did. So I went and talked to him. So I said, Your Excellency. He said, he asked me, Ndolo, what was that? I said, well, the ground here is hostile. But I told him, but, the percentages, we won't get much, but we'll get more than the previous election. We had 18, 20. I think we got 21 or 20. Yeah.
But this is dangerous because imagine, you see, you guys had the opportunity to go to the ground.
Yes.
Imagine you are on the head and you're being fed all these things. And you're believing them. So a guy is telling you here 50, a guy is telling you, you've taken 60.
Yes.
Here, because they are all doing this so that they can eat.
Yes.
And then come elections, you're seeing 10, 20, 30. You're going to say it's rigging.
And it's vicious. at that level, the game is so vicious. If you are coming to present a realistic number, you can even be killed.
What do you mean?
I mean, what is this guy? It's like, what is this guy saying here? What? Pesa itakatika.
Hold on, this is internal politics.
It's
not
deadly. I'll give you another example. In 2005, we're with Biwott. Now, the day before we go to Kasarani to vote, Biwott is meeting the chairman for the 17 branches of Ukambani and some political players at a hotel that used to exist in Athi River called the Crown. So we've all been brought there. We've all been asked to congregate there. The same day we are meeting there, Uhuru's camp is meeting the people who represent his camp, the branch who are campaigning for him in Cabanas here near
City
the airport.
Cabanas.
City Cabanas.
Yeah.
So our meeting with delegates is running a little later than Uhuru's because, for whatever reason, I believe Biwott wanted to know what Uhuru has given every delegate here in Cabanas, so that he knows what to give at the Crown.
Biwott is a chess master.
So there's an office inside the Crown. It was a restaurant belonging to a friend of mine called Titus. Excellent food. Was famous for his chicken and was very famous with the political class. It has since been, it was closed and demolished when we were doing the interchange to Namanga, that big interchange. It affected where the hotel sat.
Okay.
So I believe it was compensated or something. So we are all there. So he has this office, which is the manager's office, a nice spacious office, and part of the wall is glass so that he can see, when he's seated in his table, he can see people walking in. So the political class of Ukambani are in the room. And they're dictating who's going to be in that meeting with Biwott. For you to understand this game we're talking about escalating numbers to benefit. So they don't know that I've connected with Biwott. They don't know that there's a connection.
Between, yes.
Yeah? So when we get into the room and we're waiting for Biwott to come, these guys who are Kanu players, who are all older than me, who have been in the game 10, 15, some 20 years, some who have interacted with Moi at a personal level. This is 2005. Moi has retired. They want to dictate who's in the room and they don't want me in the room. So they... Chairs, chairs are full. So I'm asked to step out. Me and a few other guys are told, give us a space, we meet. So I step out. So then out there we're sitting, Biwott walks in. Comes with his bodyguards. I know all of them now because I've been reaching them by phone. He walks in.
Does he see you?
Yeah, he looks at me, greets me, and he walks in. So when he walks in, because of his security nature, he always would sit at the back of the room with his back to the wall, with his face to the door. So he sits facing the door. So they start talking. See, we're outside the room. He signals his bodyguard, tells him something. The bodyguard comes, tells me, Ndolo, boss anataka ingie. So I walk in, and because all the chairs are taken, I close the door and I lean on the door. So now I think guys are wondering, why did he send for this guy? So speaker after speaker, they're talking about how to strategize and then how are we paying? What are we paying the delegates? It is 20 per constituency. There are 17 constituencies. So guys tick off numbers, tick off numbers, tick off numbers. Then one person says, Uhuru's group have paid, I think it was something like 2,500 or something per delegate. So they mention a figure. They say, I think it was 2.5. They say 2.5 per delegate. So guys, they are championing. Everybody's saying, so we should give guys 3.5. Others say, no, 3,000. Usually what would happen is, because it's a closed room, these guys would all be like quietly sworn into secrecy. If it's 3,000 that comes out, the delegate would get either 500 or 1,000. These guys in the room would keep the rest. But I'm in a space where Biwott tells me this is for you
You're Mr. Integrity.
and this is for the guys. So I see no need to inflate the number. And that is why he wants me in the room. Now in hindsight. So guys talk tick numbers. Then, he's sitting facing the door. He does this and looks at me. He does this. Nawe Ndolo unafikiri nini? So guys all turn and look at me. Now I'm thinking, what?
Do you know what's happening?
See, now
Or are you naive? Are you
No. They've ticked numbers. Now I know what's going on. They've ticked numbers, but he wants my opinion after everybody has talked.
But do you know that these guys are chesaring?
I know.
You understood that?
Yeah, I understood. Remember, I was in Kano in 2-2.
Okay.
So I knew how guys play.
Okay.
And I knew that whenever we had a contest, political contest, either a by-election or something like this, there are many people who'd start crowding Kano because of the perception that there'll be money flowing. So they are there purely
For the money.
to line their pockets. There's no political activity they intend to accomplish. So the guy looks at me. So he does, Ndolo nafikiri nini? He's wearing a kabuti and a hat. So silence in the room. I'm standing, everybody else is seated. And his bodyguard and me are standing, leaning on the door. So he looks at me. So I decided very quickly, I have two things I could do here. I could go with the crowd and lose his confidence, because this is a man who knows. He'll know.
Yes.
He'll know guys kept money to themselves. Or I could say something, puts me in his good books, and let the chips fall with these other guys. Because there might be guys here who will say Andrew was honest. So I just decided.
There's no other option.
Yeah. So I told him, Bwana Chairman, mimi vile naona tuwapee tu kile Uhuru amepeana. So if Uhuru is given 2,500 per delegate, hata sisi tupeane 2,500 per delegate. Kwa sababu sasa ni usiku na kura ni kesho Kasarani, yule hajaamua nani atapigia sasa hawezi kutusaidia. He says, Evo. And he stands up.
Hold on. Translate for one or two guys who are watching this from Uganda. Remember, I told you guys are watching from everywhere.
Yes. So he asked me, what do you think? He says, Ndolo, what do you think? So I say, let us give whatever Uhuru has paid the delegates, let us pay the same amount. Because as far as I'm concerned, at this late date in the time in the evening, and guys are going to vote tomorrow, anybody who's not decided where they vote cannot help us now, because guys know. People know who they're voting for. So we are paying, but if they're not going to vote for us, they still won't. So he says, agreed. And he stands up. And he walks. And I'm standing behind the door. See, I'm leaning on the door. So I have to move out of his way. So I moved out of the way. He opens the door. He walks out with the bodyguard and he tells me, Kuja. So I follow him. So me and him and one of his bodyguards, the other bodyguards are out in the car. So we get out. When we get to the car, he turns to one of the bodyguards. And then, of course, 2 or 3 guys have followed us from the room, particularly the guys who look like they're the ones coordinating the whole thing. So he turns to me and he says, Sawa, we'll do what you said. He's referring to me. So now I'm quiet because I know, just been tossed into the fire here. So then he turns to one of the guys who was a former, he wasn't an MP, but he was a prominent Kanu player. So he tells him, I'll send the money. And then he leaves with these guys. So we go back. So when you go back to the office, I decide I'm not going back in there. So me, I dodge, I go out to where there were some other delegates sitting, and I sit there. So I stay with guys. Then he comes, the bodyguard comes after 2 hours with the bundles of money. And they go into the office, the branch chairman, I called into the office. Tap, 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 everybody there. Remember, my guys are at a hotel near where my muso had been parked.
Yes, yes.
So I take my chapa to my guys, the 3 branches.
Yes.
I tell him this is from boss. Now, the day before they go home, after we voted, and they come back and spend the night, so that the next day they travel up country.
Yeah.
Now some of them are laughing as we are doing lunch. They're telling me, do you know what the other guys got?
500.
They're 500 bucks. They're laughing. They're saying, where the kiosk? Because I was used to getting what's mine. So I didn't need to dip into that at all. I didn't need to dip in there. So that tells you what used to happen when it comes to budgets. There were people who would inflate, and it was high stakes if it was a huge activity. Because you dare interfere with what they've inflated, you are their enemy. And it is serious. And I'm imagining what it's like now in this economy. You saw a young man who was shot recently in a PS's car.
For real?
There was news in Pangani somewhere. Was it a month or so? He was in a PS, I think, for youth. There was an event. And then he got into the vehicle and he was tossed out on the road, gunshot and tossed out. And, the country was up in arms. And when you hear the actual story, it's as if he grabbed for the gun or something. I mean, it's high stakes, and we're in an extremely difficult economic space. So some people will see a bundle of that political money and decide, forget it. So that was what it was then.
Yeah.
High stakes when it comes to money. And it became the politics of Kanu. And because of the way we were split into these 2 groupings. So now this anointed crowd and anybody they're associated with were deemed to come to the table with money. So anytime you had an election or a political contest where this group was involved, people came for the money. They were waiting for the money. And it transitioned from Kanu to now ruling party. So when Jubilee was ruling party, guys were coming for the money. And now you've got UDA, guys are coming for the money.
That man, you have really demystified and opened up another level that I didn't even see. So forget the going against the opposition.
Yes.
In the internal wrangles.
Yes.
And not even for seats. And okay, first of all, there's an internal wrangle for what you can get, whether or not the person wins.
Yes.
Because of appointments.
Yes.
But beyond that, there's the internal system that is crumbling because people are not for you, they are for themselves.
Oh, yes. Remember, rewind. 2001, my name was not at the gate at Cabaret.
Yes.
I was not on the list. Somebody somewhere felt that this guy in the room reduces what we get and could become prominent because he's the son of general. So if he gets, it's like he's going to be on the fast lane. He will go in front, and that means he'll control the budget. He'll control the briefcase. So that contest exists within your camp, and then now you're fighting the opposition. And every time in our setting, you are in the ruling party, that's a major player. The money aspect comes in, and then it gets rotten from there. And that is why our politics associated with money gets very toxic. And it's you saw what happened in Olkalau, the money that was spent.
Me, I'm like, I understand why the machinery lost. I understand why Raila and Martha lost.
And now, I want you to imagine the money that was dispensed by the state or the players around state to get Raila in. How much money was coming out?
Yep, on the daily.
Coming out. And how many people were painting a picture of victory so that this money can come out?
Yeah. Wait. Again, I'm going to make guys hate me a bit. We will come to that.
Yes.
But 2017.
Yes.
So now you've painted a picture at least of some of the happenings, the perceived conflict, or no, in fact, all of this happened from the giving you information so that you can take this information on the ground so that the guys can get it.
Yes.
I mean, it's politics on another level.
And then 2017, we do what we do and we win. And after we win, we are sent back to the ground.
Why?
By CJ, the ruling by the Supreme Court, that the transmission of votes was not done according to the law.
Okay.
In 2017.
I want you to walk this like somebody.
Yes, who was not in Kenya.
Yes, not
so
in
we
Kenya.
go to the elections and Kenyans vote. And in our dispensation, then when you vote, the ballot, the votes are counted at the polling center, and the winner is declared at the polling center. But the presidential vote is declared at Bomas. So the votes that have been counted are transmitted to Bomas. And when they are transmitted to Bomas, then they are tabulated and the winner is declared. For the presidential and his deputy is declared at Bomas.
Yes.
Everybody else is declared
At the polling station.
So by the time you're waiting for these votes to be declared, you already have an MP elect, you have a councillor elect, MCA elect, women rep, MPs. And that is the job, rewind the clock, I was doing in 2013 at Catholic University. I was giving accreditation to these guys who've already known their fate as we wait to know Uhuru and Ruto's fate. And they want to access Bomas. And one of the things that we were putting together, and this came from our chair, who was the chair of our Jubilee Advisory Council team, is that we felt that the other side, the CORD side, had serious political talent at Bomas. So any time there was a matter of controversy to be addressed in Bomas, the cameras, which were local and international, would be up and on, and a leading light. Amutula, Anorengo, who would be there to address the cameras and talk about their concerns and their worries. While on our side, we had a lot of new political players who are not giants and sometimes who didn't understand the importance of being at Bomas. So there would be nobody to counter what the other side is saying.
Oh, so the perception going out to the nation
Yes.
now becomes
The Jubilee is just
it's a
stealing-
one-sided.
And we're stealing everything. It's one-sided story. So what we did is, first and foremost, remember, we had floated candidates who were deemed to be suspects of crimes against humanity in the ICC, in an international court. So what went out internationally was important. What guys in London and what we're watching that is unfolding in Bomas was important. So we sat in our small group, and our chairman, the retired colonel, Dr. Karau, he told me, Andrew, we need guys in Bomas. And we need a duty roster. Can you put it together? I said, yes. And he told me, and when you're putting it together, the sharp mind, make sure you have team leaders. So if you're a team of 4 MPs, who is their team leader? And so on and so forth. So I got onto my iPad and remember, we were the ones giving accreditation for you to go to Bomas. We would give you the badge.
Okay,
and
yes.
the badge. I was in charge of that, working under Jimmy Wanjigi. Jimmy Wanjigi was feeding me all those badges. I would tell him I need 20 badges for cars and whatever. And then he would send somebody to me with them. He was the one who was doing all that for us. He had his own way of getting it from IEBC.
Okay.
So now I would give you accreditation for you to go in. And because of the obvious fact that after PEV and the electioneering headquarters was moved from KICC to Bomas, the security was scaled up. So access to Bomas was difficult. And because of its geographical location, they could contain who gets in,
Yes.
who doesn't get in. So it wasn't a walk in the park anymore. So now, because of that,
That's why they moved it to Bomas.
that's why they moved to Bomas. You can shut it down. So I was given that assignment. So I was doing the accreditation. So now fast forward, I'm the one giving guys what? Your paperwork. See how that's how you're going in?
Yes.
And I'm the one doing the duty roster.
And the one saying at this time you're going, now is when you're going to go.
And I've got my phone, 24 hours, 2 a.m.,
What?
3 a.m.
You know, when it said like you're giving badges, bro, this is inikazi.
Yeah, I'm calling. We had the Honorable Sekuda. He was MP for Ngong. He was one of my team leaders. I call him Mheshimiwa. And he was an easy guy to work with. His phone was on 24/7. I call him Mheshimiwa. He says, hey, Ndolo. I tell him now your shift is about to get ready. We get your guys. Then he calls those he can't reach. He tells me I can't reach so-and-so. There were always MPs-elect who were available 24 hours. Then there were others who never showed.
And were you playing defensive or offensive?
Now,
because are you waiting for
No.
NASA to speak and then that's when you speak?
We want them on duty, but you're right. We are not engaging media unless there's an issue. Because whenever there was somebody complaining about something, the cameras would come quickly.
Yes.
So when they come, our guys then would come there. So if CORD says something, then after CORD finishes, our guys would say, no, that is not correct. Da, da, da. And the way it was done, we don't have to fight for space. You say your thing, me, I'll say my thing.
But you guys weren't offensive. You guys weren't like, I want to thank the people for this.
We would just address the issue they've addressed. If they say the counting for this, we've received the polling from wherever, and we don't agree with it, then we would counter. But essentially, it was just to have numbers on the floor.
I get just protection.
Yeah. So we coordinated that.
But let me ask.
Yes.
This parallel site that you guys have at Catholic.
Yes.
Do you have boots on ground at the different polling stations? Because, for example, at the polling station, they even count presidential.
You see, this is how the electioneering system works. When let us say you have a polling center called St. George's Primary.
Uh-huh.
You have a presidential agent. You have a parliamentary agent. You have a local now governor agent, MCA agent, or you've cobbled 3 or 4 agents. But in more often than not, you have a presidential agent. His job is to confirm that the votes that are going to be announced in that polling center are reflective of what was counted.
Wow. He's your protection
on the ground
for that party.
And the ruling against Raila was made, and I'm speaking as a layman and I could be wrong, and I stand to be corrected, in the previous election when he lost to Ruto, was because, contrary to what we were treated to in the Supreme Court about Venezuelans and there was not a single polling agent who had sworn an affidavit to counter the votes that were presented in the presidential tallying center in Bomas. Because that is the job of the agent. The job of the agent is to say, I don't agree with this vote. Because it's an open thing. You count 1, 2, 3.
Then do they sign?
4. Yes, there's a form to sign.
So they sign?
Yes.
And everyone else signs?
Yes. That's why Supreme Court dismissed this application. Because you have 40-something thousand polling agents. Where are your guys to counter what you're telling us in Bomas?
Oh man. So you have all these polling. Wait, okay, we need to take this one slowly.
By the way, we need to, because this is where the public is incited. And then we end up on the streets without understanding. I hear people saying, Ruto rigged. They don't understand the workings on the ground.
Okay. You know what we're doing? We're changing the battery.
Yes.
To Nanzapa. We are coming back from here. Okay. And that's the game. That's the aim.
You get supported. When you get supported, you don't put in the necessary effort, then you don't get in, but the person you are backing who is pursuing a second term gets in. So then you come back and now you have to blame somebody for your non-performance so that you're still in the inner circle so that you can still get work.
This is insane. Wow.
That's now the mark.
First and foremost, I have to give a big shout out to my main man, Izo. I also have a team.
Yeah, I can tell.
Without him,
Yes.
I would not be able to shoot all the content that we shoot on this channel. Reliable, solid human being, and a good worker. Yeah. Honest, integrity. And the reason why I say that,
yes.
So some emojis there for Izo. The reason why I say that is because the internal team can mess you up.
Yes, they can. I can imagine.
What you've shared with me, yes, this past episode was just insane. Anything you want to add on that?
Well, we were on the polling and we had gone into an area I think a lot of Kenyans do not understand, or those who understand have not gotten 100%. They don't have what I like to call the helicopter view. The story of the polling center and how it relates to the vote is critical for Kenyans. Why do I say this? I have seen politicians, particularly what we saw in Olkalau, encouraging youth to remain at polling centers after voting to guard the vote. I've seen that. And it infringes on the rights of voters. And let me elaborate. The political contest that plays out at the grassroots is such that we don't come in masks. If I'm supporting Jubilee and you're supporting a CORD, for example, I know you, you know me. We see each other on the ground in our campaign vehicles, in rallies. We know this is a Jubilee guy, that's a CORD guy. What does it mean to me if, for example, I'm an UDA supporter in Olkalau and there are gangs outside the polling center and I've decided to go and vote at 11 or at 1 with my family and my friends and the supporters of the UDA candidate? Will we dare go there? There are mobs who have ring-fenced the polling center. You've just denied me my democratic right, constitutional right to go and vote. That's number one. Number two, you are now intimidating polling agents who are in the polling center.
Like happened to you in Kandara.
Like happened to me in Kandara. Because now I'm in there, I don't even know how I'm going to get out and go home. And God forbid we have another by-election, or even we are going into the general election. As a candidate, you'll have a problem getting polling agents because they are already scared for their life. And let's even dig deeper into this. How are they guarding the vote by surrounding the polling center? How are they guarding the vote? What is it they are doing to guard the vote? Look, the polling exercise is supervised by IEBC. But in our current democratic space, or rather the way we are structured, we allow polling agents for every candidate.
Okay. I know I interject a lot, but it is with reason.
Of course.
I never do anything on this platform. I've been doing this for over 2,000 videos.
Yes.
For those who've joined. There's a lot of people who've joined
yes.
this conversation now.
Yes.
I do this, and the reason I always interject,
yes.
just to explain to a few people,
yes.
because I've seen a few comments about it. Number one is because your normal is not normal to me. And a lot of people, even in the comment sections, who've asked, why does he have such stupid questions? Because we're not all intelligent about everything. And I come to the platform very stupid. Now, the reason why I want you to take this as a baby, I want the high schooler to understand. I want the first-time voter to understand. You talked about having a how old?
21-year-old.
This is going to be her first time
to vote.
To vote.
Yes.
I want her to understand this thing in layman.
Yes. Like a primary school student.
Exactly.
Yes.
Even my 11-year-old daughter, if she can understand it, well and good.
Yes.
So now, and this is so crucial, so let us take it as layman as you probably can.
So, this is the polling center. In many cases, it's a school.
For example, I voted in Kileleshwa.
Exactly.
Primary school.
Exactly. And there are several classrooms that have been reserved for this exercise.
Yes.
And there is a board outside indicating, depending on your name, first name, which row you're supposed to be in to go and vote.
That is true.
So they say alphabetically or whatever, so you take your cue. When you get into the polling center, you are given the ballot. The person giving you the ballot is an IEBC official. Then you go into the booth where you decide who you're voting for.
Even before being given the ballot,
yes,
I have to show them, I think, ID or something.
Sorry.
I have to go through verification.
Sorry. Step back. I have to be cleared by the IEBC. They have to confirm that I have the necessary paperwork to prove I'm who I'm stating I am to vote before you even get into biometrics. So you've got your paperwork, which you present, then they take you off, then they usher you to the next.
Again, I'll keep saying,
yes,
let's break this thing down.
Yes.
Young people may not watch these IBC videos.
Yes.
So you either need your ID.
Yes, or and your voter card.
Your voter card.
Yes. So then after that, you're then channeled to where now the ballot papers are being given. And you're given the ballot papers. And you're given the ballot papers for every single candidate who is vying in that region. So if it's from the top down, it's president, governor, women rep, member of parliament, member of county assembly.
So you're not voting for deputy president.
They're a ticket. Yeah. So in that ballot paper for president, they're there, the two, and their pictures are there. And then you go into the booth and you vote, which is across on a box alongside your candidate of choice. Now, we're not doing IEBC's work. We are starting here because there's where we want to go.
Sawa.
So you've done that.
But I realized
yes,
we're going to come back to this one.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you've done the voting. Now, as you are doing this, there are people in that room who are not IEBC staff, but are accredited by IEBC. In other words, they have authority from IEBC to be in there. Those are polling agents. If you have 5 presidential candidates, it is assumed that all 5 will represent a polling agent to make sure that the voting process has not been contaminated or influenced by other interested players.
So at the polling where I am voting, there are people watching to make sure that I am not voting under duress from anyone.
At all.
And also to add or to ask, is it IBC's job to put those people there?
These people come there because the candidates under our constitution are entitled to bring their agents.
So who is to bring them?
So I am candidate for member of parliament. I go to IEBC, I get my guy accredited, he gets accredited as a polling agent in polling center this, and I make sure he gets there on time to oversee my vote.
Wow.
He's my worker because he's my agent. It's my responsibility to get him there.
So, to your story,
yes,
in Kandara,
yes,
what's his name again? Moriah.
Moriah. I was his agent.
He came to find you?
In fact, Dave had a group of us as friends who congregated in his home at the ground in Thika. And we were all then assigned our different roles. And we were then provided with transport to go to our polling centers. And when I got to my polling center, which was a bit far from the homestead, and the ballot papers were leaving, I deemed it wise not to be left at the polling center. Remember, this is 1997. There are no mobile phones. So I deemed it wise because I had made friends with my fellow polling agents for the other candidates. And that is how come I ended up in this matatu, which was carrying polling agents who are guarding ballot boxes, carrying the votes to the tallying center. Actually, then it was a counting center. So you accompany the ballot boxes, so they are not interfered with. That was what we dealt with back then.
But now, you no longer transfer them like that.
So now what we do under the law is the ballot boxes remain in the polling center and according to our constitution are stored for a set duration of time by IEBC in the event there's a dispute. You could get a ruling that says recount
Oh.
The courts could say, recount those ballot papers. So they are guarded by IEBC for a set duration of time as per our electioneering law.
And IBC has backing government, meaning there's army.
They actually
police.
provide police specifically for the electioneering exercise, and also to guard these ballot boxes for that set duration. So wherever they are stored, whether it's a warehouse or what, that warehouse is guarded.
Okay.
And even if it's a year or two, I can't remember the exact duration the law provides. Those ballot boxes are guarded for that duration. But back to the polling center.
Aha. But wait, again.
Yes,
Slow,
yes.
slow.
Yes.
By the way, you're doing this so well.
Yes.
Polling agents, the MP comes with one.
Yes.
But there's many papers. So each person is entitled to bring their agent.
So, like in the previous election, I had a friend who was vying for Member of Parliament, Dagoretti. She was vying against Beatrice Elashi, who eventually won. This girl is like a sister to me. I was chairing her campaign team, and I told her, you cannot beat Beatrice. Just like when I was backing my friend in Kandara, I knew Kanu would be uphill in Central. I told this lady, my friend, Beatrice Elashi is going to beat you. You're my sister. I will help you. Let us begin there. I told her it's very difficult. And I told her, if you are drawing a roadmap, I like that. Where you'll vie again. I like that. And I'll walk with you. But this is a situation now. So I went for IEBC training for chief agents, where you understand the voting process from A to Z and the things to look out for and how to be compliant. IEBC trains. So we were called into a church in Kileleshwa, I believe it's called the Trinity Catholic Church. There's a hall, and we were taken through training by IEBC. Because of my interest in politics, I like doing things like this. I like remaining informed. So I was in there as a chief agent, and we were taken through the training. And this is why I can speak from a point of knowledge on what goes on and what to look out for, where the trouble areas are, and how the political class does a major disservice to IEBC when they interfere with the smooth operation of a polling center. So here we are. You have come to the polling center. You've been verified as a voter who's on the voter register. Because there's a manual voter register in every polling center where your name can be checked and confirmed. Then you go through the process of voting. Now, when you're going through the process of voting, the observers are not interfering with you, but they are watching. Their role comes in when they're dealing with an illiterate voter.
Okay.
Or a voter who needs assistance. Maybe this voter has a damaged arm,
Yes.
a disability. Then they come in. When they come in, one polling agent cannot be allowed to be present. All have to come together.
Oh, wow.
And they stand there. If you're illiterate, they ask you, Bwana Ndolo, who do you want to vote for? And you say, I want to vote for so and so. You're told, here is the pen. Put a cross on that box next to that person. And make sure the box is within.
The X is within.
The X is within the box. And that is done with the witness. So, the reason this is critical, particularly for first-time voters to understand, and more so for some of the rabble-rousing we saw in Olkalau, when you complete this exercise, you are not supposed to hang around the polling center.
As an individual.
As a voter who has
As
voted.
a voter, yes.
The agents are allowed to remain. The security personnel are there to remain. Why do they say this? And I hear people talking about guarding the vote. As long as you are confident in your polling agent, you do not need to guard the vote with crowds. Your polling agent has a smartphone which is allowed to go into the polling center with. He can create an objection to anything that is going on in that polling center. He can refuse to sign the form that IEBC has to fill out showing the results in that polling center. President, so many votes, MC, he can say, I'm not signing this form.
And then go and contest why he did.
And the moment he doesn't sign that form, then that becomes an official contest of the results. So that can end up in court. If they refuse, they end up in court. It is important that this young voter understands what we were saying before we went for the break. So at the ground, we are all campaigning for various candidates. And we know each other. We meet at rallies, we meet at churches, maybe we're even related. You know you're backing somebody who's challenging me. How fair is it if I am supporting a candidate who is not popular in a particular region, for me to go to that polling center, which is my polling center, and there are crowds from the opposing camp surrounding that polling center? The likelihood
As a polling agent
as
now?
as a voter.
Oh, as a voter.
So I'm going as a voter,
and it's surrounded by...
and it's surrounded
Okay.
by supporters, youth who've been organized by my opponent's camp. It's likely that I will not go to the polling center.
I can imagine ladies in this era of goons.
So I won't vote.
Yes.
So I won't vote. So what have you just done? And if that is replicated nationally, then where you are, so you are vying in Kileleshwa for MP. You're in one of the polling centers, you are vying for MP somewhere in Nairobi. So in that polling center, you're popular. So your guys surround there. Then we go to another polling center where you are not popular. So what you've just done to your opponent here, your supporters are being done there. They can't vote. And then what does it do? It encourages unnecessary deployment of security. What have you just done? You've denied security to go to places where they're needed. Because now, what was going on in Orkalau is there was an overnumber of security brought about by this surrounding of polling centers. So in another area where they might actually genuinely be needed, they can't go. You've just exhausted the security numbers that should have been helping elsewhere. And why? There's no violence. There's no game that can be played in the polling station if your agents are there and if they have integrity. There's no game that can be played. So you don't even have to shout. Just sit there and say, what I saw, I don't like, and I'm not signing. Kwisha.
And let me ask, because now in an election, by election, we know it's won. Because by election is normally through death or through the seat becoming vacant.
Yeah.
In an election, there's all these different people you have to vote for: president, MP, governor. Does each and every single position have a right to send a polling agent?
Everywhere across the country.
So, for example, in Nairobi, the MCA can send their agent. The governor can send their agent.
All aspirants.
Wow.
Every single aspirant has the right to present an agent. And in many cases, you could find there's a support agent. So that if this one wants to go to relieve themselves, there's a support agent. It's the way it is structured is actually very well structured.
Yeah, but that's an expensive venture.
That is why the elections are very expensive. And that is why...
Not even from IEBC's perspective.
Even from the candidate's perspective, it's an expensive exercise. And that is why when you hear IEBC saying that in the event of chaos, we can postpone, nobody is talking about what it will cost the country. As taxpayers, what will it cost us if we create a disruptive environment that forces IEBC to say we can't hold these elections? And nobody is saying what needs to be said. So you're strong. I'm strong in Kilome. And my presidential candidate, I'm able to guard his vote. And I am weak in Kitale. So what I've just done here will be repeated in Kitale by the other side. So it's chaos. Who wins? It is absolute chaos. And this is the important thing. Every time you deploy young men, what tends to happen of late is if it is not clear, there ends up a fight about payment. We were not paid. And that fight, more often than not, of late, is ending up in damage of property.
I want to figure out how this gets here. Yes. So I've understood as a voter, I come in, there's different people. There's IBC employees,
yes,
whose job it is to hand me my paper.
Yes.
When I come, I put each of my people who are voted for in different boxes.
Yes.
So for example, the president in the president box, the governor in the governor box,
yes,
the MP in the MP box,
yes,
like that.
Yes.
Then I, Esther, I go home.
Yes.
Everybody does that. Let's imagine it's free and fair and everybody goes home.
Yes.
Voting has closed.
Yes.
What happens then?
So the polling carries on to the designated hour agreed on. IBC has, within the law, there's an hour when polling has to end. After that is done, then the ballot boxes are put in. All the agents come around a table and the ballot boxes are opened.
So the one from upstairs in Kileleshwa class 1 is brought.
Everything is brought.
Class 2.
They pick a room where they'll do it. Or what I saw with Kileleshwa, with St. George's Primary School, is each room does its bit.
What?
You do your bit, you count, then you agree on the form.
But that means each room needs to have a representative.
Wait a minute. It's all combined into one room. It's all combined because it's one polling.
Yes.
They do. There's a form. I think it's 15A or something. After everybody is happy. And the counting is very transparent.
It's one.
They say so and so, one. So two. Total, right. Then total, like that.
For governor, for MP, for MCA, like that.
And then there's a form.
And who is present in the room? The agents.
All interested parties who are accredited, even the candidates. I'm assuming, say I'm vying for MP for a seat in Nairobi, and my polling center is St. George's Primary. I can go there to oversee the counting. Because that's where I voted.
Yes.
Or I can choose wherever else to go. And I can be present when all that is done. There is a form that after we are in agreement is displayed on the wall in the polling center.
But first of all, this is so good that they count in public like that because you can't lie. If we've got 3-4 parties, for example, let's say we have KANU, DP, just for example.
Yes.
CORD, NASA.
Yes.
The NASA guy can say this didn't happen, but these other 3 guys can be like, but my guy, this happened.
So this is what happens when it comes to rigging, from my personal experience. So you are an aspirant for KANU in Kilome. You're an aspirant for MP. It's a general election. This is an example I'm giving. And that region is predominantly KANU. And SDP of Charity, for example, has a candidate. DP of Mwai Kibaki has a candidate. Ford Asili of Matiba has a candidate. Ford Kenya of Kijana Wamalwa has a candidate. NDP of Raila has a candidate. Rewound the clock.
Yes.
But, see we're in Kilome. So these polling agents are all Kambas from Kilome who support different formations. You've not imported an agent from Nairobi, for example. See, they're locals.
You're giving yes, I get.
It's geographical location.
Yes.
So, if KANU is a dominant party on the ground, what, if I want to cook, would happen back then? Because back then the ballot boxes had to be transported to a counting hall. I would compromise the agents. They would look the other way. And the ballot papers for the illiterate would be compromised as they are voting. We tell them, this is a guy, who don't you want? I don't want Kanu. Okay, put a cross next to his name. Because that's a guy you don't want. But in reality, you've just voted for that person. So you've put a cross next to their name. Then there's voters who are sick who didn't show.
So there's papers.
So they have voted. There's voters who died a week or two ago, they have voted. So that's the game. And then what would happen is, then there would be stuffing. Because there's always extra ballot papers. So people vote, and put it in. That's the old school way of rigging. And then these ballot boxes then would be transported to the counting hall. Now, when they get to the counting hall, if you are heavily financially able, you've also compromised guys there. So when that counting is being done, the scrutiny is not as major. So they count, they announce you're done. Now let's come to this situation of today. So today we're using biometrics. So there's a
thumbprint you have to put
yes
before you vote.
Before you vote.
To prove that you are...
So the only way at the polling center the rigging can happen is somebody is not verifying the thumbprint. That means IBC staff has been compromised. That means the observers have been compromised. That's been all the polling agents have been compromised. Everybody in that polling center has been compromised. Now, how easy is that?
I get what you mean.
Not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy. And remember, observers are local and international.
And they can go to wherever they want.
In fact, the American embassy, when I was at St. George's, had a vehicle going around with agents. They would come in, check what's going on. Is there anything to complain? They go to another polling station. They're going around looking. So there's real-time reporting of trouble wherever it is.
And that's before now, where even the smartphones are there.
And right now, what is happening? Because of smartphones, you are actually able to identify the trouble areas. As a candidate, you should know that polling station is trouble. So you can even approach observers like Commonwealth observers. Tell them, do you guys have somebody? I'm expecting jokes there. Because I'm Kalonzo and this is Sugoi. And my votes will be tampered with in Sugoi. Or you're William Ruto and it is Shekuru, Kalonzo's home constituent, polling center. And the president expects games to be played there. So you then put emphasis on observation where you suspect trouble. The choice of polling agent is somebody who cannot be intimidated or compromised. That's how it works. And anybody worth his salt who's vying for any seat should know that. That's how come your wife can be a polling agent. Your son can be a polling agent. Your brother can be a polling agent. You just need to identify the trouble areas. You know, these polling centers, out of my 20, 30, 50 polling centers, these 15 are trouble. Pick your cousins. People can't be bribed. Your children, give them accreditation if they're adults. They go there. They can be intimidated by nose making, but they cannot be bought. They just have to capture what is going on. And so this overemphasis on Tutalinda Kura, and in my opinion, is the trouble brewing, is spoiling for a battle, which is unnecessary.
Setting the ground for...
Yes.
It's planting seeds.
And what happens, this is what happens, and happened even when I was vying. If you are in a space where you have some bitterness, either with your party or with an opponent, and you have an axe to grind and you want it to come out in this exercise, you create trouble. You create trouble at the polling center because you're unhappy. And in many cases, you know you won't win. So you create trouble.
It's like the way you are. Hey, you've got examples for everything, Ban.
Yes.
The way you are manhandled.
Yes. You see, so you create trouble. And you create trouble seriously. So when I was manhandled at Kasarani, it was too late. We had already done the exercise on the ground. Because what did I do? The monies I got for facilitation for my exercise, I spent. So I had a lot of people on the ground who were happy with me. So you could not disrupt me. So my opponent, who had spent the money, he was given to mobilize, and he didn't spend it on the ground with people. He could not put together a crowd to deal with me on the crowd. So the best he could do was try and stop me from presenting my papers at the headquarter here in KICC, the temporary headquarter at Kasarani. That's the best he could do.
Last resort.
Yeah, because I have everywhere else I've organized myself well, because I've been facilitated and I've used my facilitation.
But use your facilitation. So you've just explained this Biwot thing of at Athi River, where he's given you money, 2,500, the same as Uhuru, to pay your
agents.
Now, does that happen? Does that middleman interference, because that's what it is,
Yes.
does this happen on the national level?
When you're doing it at that level, who are doing it in 2005, and you're an astute politician, and you're in the group of 17 who are representing the various branches in Ukambani, you already know. You already know when you're in that room that this guy going for chairman cannot beat Uhuru. You already know. So you don't care about reputation. A lot of guys, particularly those who have no skin in the game, who do not intend to vie for MP, in the next 2 years, they don't care. So this is a business. So they manipulate the process to get money in their pocket because it ends there for them. But anybody who wants to be on the ballot, this is 2005, anybody who intends to be in the ballot in 2007 is looking at this as a stepping stone, as a building of networks. And therefore, they are careful how they manage the people they are working with at this point. That is why you'll hear people saying, oh, he's a political broker, he's a what? They're guys who position. When activities like this come out, they position very well. And they position and they make money. And they don't care about the reputation of the candidate they are supporting beyond this exercise.
But you see now, the candidate is getting flack.
Completely.
Because the people are not saying it's the middleman who's eaten.
Completely.
They are saying it's I wasn't paid.
In fact, it is so sad because it turns back to the candidate. They say, this guy didn't pay us for our services, this guy is not serious. So you lose ground as a candidate. And you lose serious ground. Because when you have a polling agent or an activist in your camp, and he has just flipped and is talking about you, he is the worst ambassador. He is considered to be your man. So when he goes to the ground and says, Ndolo guy is a joke, and he was your guy, he was seen, he's your guy, he's your coordinator, people believe. If he says that guy is a con man, I did, he didn't pay me, they listen.
And has this happened?
It happens all the time in politics, all the time. The guy, and you know he has to paint you black because he has cooled money and he knows. So let me give you a practical example.
Let's go.
We shall not mention names.
Okay.
So 2017, Jubilee is struggling in Ukambani. This thing called NASA is a beast. And the following Kalonzo has is bordering on fanatical now. It's not the old following. This guy is supreme now in Ukambani. You go to a campaign, you can tell. Now the polite Kamba is not polite. They're telling you, go. We don't care about you.
They're booing the president.
They're telling you. So we are training teams on the ground. Myself and a small team. And we're being facilitated. And when we train, we give you a little something to appreciate your presence. You've had lunch, you leave. You're our networks. We have you on our phones. We have the networks. Fast forward, it's polling day. My good friend, the late Dr. Geoffrey Mwau, calls me and says, we need some help with polling agents. He used to work for Treasury, and somebody had reached out to him to try and organize that. So I tell him, no problem. So we meet up, and he organizes for the funds for the polling agents. And some of us are deployed. 6 p.m., 7 p.m. at night, to facilitate our polling agents who will then be in charge of our votes the next day in the polling stations.
Because you have to pay the day before.
Yeah, you have to contract them. Why would he wake up at 5 a.m.? So I go to the ground at night with my sons, the twins you know. They're my bodyguards. We drive out. So we go, we meet two groups in two different centers because we're given 3 constituencies to manage. But you see, they have chief agents. So all we do is we call our chief agents. They meet us in a central place. And what we did is, because I have played at this game previously, I made sure that we have a book with a carbon. So you write in your handwriting, I so and so. Chief polling agent for constituency, this number, this. ID card number, this. Mobile phone number, this. Do hereby receive X amount from so and so, being facilitation for polling agent. Signed. I take my copy, he takes his copy, I put my copy in a file.
Guy, you got your sharp.
Why did I do this? We had aspirants for Jubilee in 2017, who from our networks we knew would not make it, and who were agitating to be given the money for the polling agents. They were agitating, they wanted the money. Through whatever networks, somebody somewhere knew that it would be risky to give them the money, because if they know they can't win, why would they bother to pay agents? They don't care. So decisions were made way above my head not to give them the money. I only learned about this story after polling was concluded. So we were deployed. 3-4 of us were deployed. Some people have interest in seats. I shall not mention names. So we're given money the night before. So I go, I sort out the guys I sort out, and I end up back in my house 1 a.m., 2 a.m.
And like, how many different polling stations are you going to?
We only went to 3 centers.
Okay.
Because we called the chief agents to come to us.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
So we pick an office or a shop somewhere, somebody we know, somebody set place. We tell them, come here. And this is the beauty of the mobile phone technology that we are in. You call when you're leaving Nairobi. You tell them, I've got your payment for your agents. Meet me at Salama here. You meet me here. You meet me here. So they come. So when you get there, they're waiting for you.
I get it.
Right. You pay. You count. He counts. Confirmed.
Signs.
He goes. The other one like that, it goes. So now even he knows he has to pay his agents, because I know.
I can't even fathom what this was like in the 90s.
Yes. So now this is just 2017.
Yeah, but
yeah.
I'm just
no, in the
saying
90s was madness.
Because imagine this without a mobile phone.
It was madness. Everything happened at the candidate's home.
Okay.
As was happening in my friend Moriah's home in Kandara. Everything was centered at the home in Kahaine, in Thika. Everybody congregated there and were deployed, and then came back there and were deployed. So you had food and you had water and everything. It's amazing.
Side note, I never told you.
Yes.
I've campaigned at that same Kandara for Pete Moriah.
Yes, Pete vied in 2-2.
Pete vied in 2-2.
When I was vying.
It was my job to go get the bread.
So you know. So you know what I'm talking about.
Everybody keeps coming back to that house.
Yes.
You're right.
Yes. And when he was vying, I was vying in Kilome.
Okay.
The same election. So now, after we've paid, guys, for you to understand exactly what you are saying, elections come and go, and the aspirants now have not done well. And they had sold a message that they would win their seats to the boss. And remember, they're in the ruling party. So the opportunity for jobs is immense. And because of that, you can't appear not to have delivered or even put an effort. Because the guy you're backing is sitting president with the deputy. So they're going to get their second term. You have to show them you did your best. So here we are. You've not performed. And you're angling for a job. So you tell a story. So the story was the polling agents were not paid. That these guys who are paying the polling agents cooled their money. Unfortunately, my team leader for that whole exercise who I had worked with and were training, and the money that we were given for training, they were also angling for these candidates, now come up with a narrative. My friend is called George. They say, George did not pay polling agents. Da, 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 da. So they call a meeting of aspirants and reps from the various constituencies in a hall somewhere near Salama. And in that hall, there is a scheme to throw George to the wolves.
Yeah.
In that setup.
And this is post-victory.
Now, Ruto and Uhuru have won.
Yeah.
But they didn't do well. They didn't fare well in Makueni
So come explain.
County. So now, these guys have, of their own initiative, these candidates and other players in the party, of their own initiative, have organized this activity. And there's media. They have set up, they'll do a press conference after the event. And they're trying to paint a certain picture to safeguard their image and reputation to president and deputy so that they can angle for jobs when second term is achieved.
Politics is gangster. Wow.
So we come there. I'm smelling a rat because I've been an aspirant, I've played. George hasn't played. I won't mention his second name. He hasn't played at this level. But he's like family to me. He's like my younger brother. And I know these guys are cooking a story here, and I'm not going to take it. So when we get there, they try to start, polling agents are not paid, and I keep quiet. At that point, I said, no, guys, you know something, eh? Why do we stop? Let's stop beating around the bush. We have a file with everybody who was paid. So if there's anybody who played, it's a chief agents. And the chief agents are your agents, not ours. You appointed your chief agents. We just paid them. We didn't. Jubilee Headquarters did not pick the chief agent for Kilome, the candidate for Kilome, and vice versa. Polling constituency of constituency. You are the guys who picked the polling agents. You're the one who said this is your chief agent, and you gave the names. That's how we got them, because you're registered at the party. The party registers the chief polling agents that you present as a candidate. So that's how we got their names and their numbers from that structure, not from the candidate. So now they
panic. They didn't think you guys had.
No, and then they want to do a polling. They want to do a press conference. So I tell my guys, let's go. We don't need to. Let's go. So we're in two cars. We leave them. We tell them, let them say what they want to say. Luckily for me, George had fast track to First Family. So I told him, you go and tell. Go and tell them what those jokers are doing. Some of them still get jobs after that. But the point was to save their skin and for you to understand how murky politics is. So you present yourself as a candidate, okay? You're not strong. Then because you've presented yourself as a candidate and it's the ruling party, you get money.
And that's the game. That's the aim.
You get supported. When you get supported, you don't put in the necessary effort, then you don't get in, but the person you are backing who is pursuing a second term gets in. So then you come back and now you have to blame somebody for your non-performance so that you're still in the inner circle so that you can still get work.
This is insane. Wow.
That's now the muck. And that is why we go back to our second series. If we don't arrive at the candidates through a robust activity, we end up with the same players who lie and cheat and incite. And that is why you end up with confrontational politics and people die and property is burned because somebody is selling a narrative and lying so that they do not get exposed. They are trying to justify monies they've been given to campaign. And I want you to do a slight fast forward to August next year. How serious are the stakes for His Excellency the President? It's a high stakes game.
Extremely.
So because it's a high stakes game, there's going to be funding at some level. So there's guys positioning for that high stakes game.
In fact, UDA is in such drama because people understand the desperation of the president to come back. Therefore, they've forecasted how much can come. So there are people who are lining themselves up for some serious wealth creation.
And they don't intend to do heavy lifting for the president. But they're positioning.
And here's the crazy thing. It's at all levels.
This is the tragedy.
It's at all levels.
And
His internal team, the guy, it's just...
And there are guys who end up on the ballot purely for positioning. Rewind the clock to Nicholas Biwott.
This story is so good.
So now there are guys in my home county, there will be people angling for various positions, and they will present a very colorful picture, and they will give the presidential candidate a very rosy picture and raise his spirits, knowing very well they have given a number they can never bring home. And they will then, they're crowding, looking for jobs thereafter. And some of them, by some scenario, he doesn't win, they'll be the first ones to jump and call him names and say, this guy cheated us. And he said he would support us, didn't. And there are a few million down the pocket. That's the toxic nature of our politics. That's why I rewind the clock. If we have a system that
Vets out.
allows us to arrive at primaries where we've done some level of vetting,
Even if it's 5 out of 10.
I'm telling you, you're already ahead as a country. You're ahead. Because also, what does it mean? And this is the thing we must not lose sight of. If you start a process of vetting at that level, in the next election, when guys know what I've done in these 5 years will come to haunt me then, you're now starting to create a situation where political players are careful with what they do because you might not get vetting next time. Even now, let us go to current affairs. There's a member of parliament who was arrested in a media house. Was it yesterday or the day before? He was arrested at a breakfast show, and they're accusing him of incitement and what have you. So, I, from a very humble position, would say, because there are laws, remember we have an extremely robust civil liberties clause. Let's not have too much drama as a country in how we deal with people who've offended some of those laws. You know, where you chasing all over, detained for 3-4 days. Let's stick to the Constitution so that the rights of the accused are upheld. Then the judiciary does its bit. And where we have somebody who is culpable, let's get them barred from electioneering. That's how we arrive at where we want to go. And anybody who's played at any level in political fiddling and incitement, let them be barred. That's where the shoe will pinch. You are MP and you are blocked from vying. You are governor and you are because of this offense. Because that's how we arrive. This I see where the police overdo the detention, it works against them. The people who say the judiciary are human. If it's deemed to be like a plot or a scheme to punish, obviously they will rule the other way. Unless you have overwhelming evidence. So let's not muddy the process. Quickly arrest, quickly take him to court according to the Constitution.
You have done this.
Quickly.
This.
And then let this body deal with, the judiciary deal with that offense. If he gets off scot-free, it's on the record that he was in. If he does another one, then of course he's a repeat offender. Even the judiciary will say, by the way, this guy was before us. So that is how we get to where we are going. At the political party front, if we do not vet, because when you vet, remember what we are saying. See, this guy did incitement. He was charged twice. And now he's coming for vetting. It's the same IBC vetting. They dealt with him. What will they tell the party? Your guy doesn't qualify. So then, because he doesn't qualify, bring us another choice. He's out. That's how we sanitize. In our first episode, we talked about the rotten apple or fruit that is our politics. Now we have just broken it down.
You know, when you said it in episode 1, you said it, but my lack of understanding of how deep, you're talking about it from all sides because you've been here decades long. You're understanding how it fixes this, it fixes this. You're understanding how it fixes problems that I didn't even know exist.
Yes.
Like what you're talking about.
Yes.
But I want to still come back to this. This is so good. I want to come back to this process of they have counted.
Yes.
What then happens? How does, because I'm trying to find out this thing that you had at Catholic.
Yes.
I want people to understand what it was. It wasn't just for sending people to bombers.
So this is what it was. At Catholic University, we had a team. All we were doing was this coordination. There were other teams. There was another team that had a parallel, like an IBC, parallel to what IBC is receiving.
So it wasn't
It wasn't at Catholic, it was at a different location.
But you had your own tallying center.
You
Jubilee
must.
had its own tallying center.
You must, even as an MP. When you're vying for MP, you set up a tallying center, your agents have phones with them, they go to the polling centers. They send you the results as they're coming in. They send you and they send you the results of the other guys. By the time you're coming to the hall, on your phone, we are ahead.
It's like the way Trump already knew.
Yes. We are ahead or we are behind. And if we're behind, depending on the opponent, you choose. Do I show up to the counting hall or don't I show up? In many cases, people show up. The good thing to do is to show up and congratulate the winner. Because if you still have a political life, that act in itself is a campaign.
Just say that again.
Yes.
Because that's a thing we don't see a lot.
Yes.
Or that's something we should see more, because what we hear more about is the squabbles.
In the interest of not bashing politicians, a lot of them concede. It's just not news. Our media is tilted towards the fight.
The dog biting the man is not news.
Yes.
The man biting the dog is news.
So they focus there. So there's a lot of conceding. There are many guys who go to the counting hall and concede. Many guys. And they don't even fight. But it's not news. We focus on the bad manners because that's news. Bad news is good news. And that's what you see 9 o'clock news. Guys throwing chairs and what have you. But out of the guys throwing chairs, another 50 guys conceded. Yeah. So there's something we need to unpack as we move out of this agenda. That story that unfolds in the polling center is critical for the young new voter to understand. And I'm not doing IBC's job. Where I'm wrong, IBC will clarify. Maina Kiai versus IEBC ruled that the polling center is where the results are announced of all the aspirants. The only announcement that is done at Bomas of Kenya is the presidential vote because of the tallying. However, Bomas has no power to change what has already been announced at the polling center.
Bomas receives what has been transmitted from the polling center.
And more importantly, what has been announced.
Announced. Forget even transmitted.
Announced. They will say William Samoei Ruto 10,000 votes, Sifuna so many at the polling center. And the polling agent's job is to verify the vote that has just been announced is what we saw when the counting was going on. And therefore, I have no objection, and they signed the form.
That's why I come to this very important question. How does Bomas get the information from that has been announced at the polling station?
I'm going there.
Okay.
And why I'm going there is because of the concerns I have about the language we are seeing and the incitement we are seeing, because we cannot go down the road we were in 2007. We surely can't, and not when some of us are just watching. Sitting in our TV, in our bedrooms and sitting rooms, watching on TV as the politicians pull us down deeper and deeper into the hole we were in 2007. So this is what happens. When the voting is concluded and the necessary forms are signed, under that electioneering rule and under that ruling that centered the results at the polling center, an image of the form is taken. We're not talking about somebody typing what the numbers were. An image. At that point, my assumption is if you are a presidential candidate's agent, you will also take that image on your smartphone.
And that image is transmitted in In that same room with everyone watching.
And in that form to HQ. So when you heard people talking about Venezuelans and what, the gadget that was used to photo is the one that would have a name or something. Whoever was the operator of the system or whatever, it would appear on that image. The image itself wouldn't be different. The number on the image would not be different. Neither would the signing. That is why at HQ, after everything was concluded and they ended up at the Supreme Court, the judges of the Supreme Court said, what are you guys talking about? See, you had agents on the ground here, and they came to bomb us. Yes. Did they challenge what was received? When you are a presidential candidate, we have, I think, 40-something thousand polling centers nationally, about 43, 44,000. All those guys transmit to your tallying center. See, you're going for president.
Yes.
See, you've got your guys. See, they receive those things. When they receive those things, those guys can go to bomb us and check polling center for polling center. The image I have, yes.
So did they say which one we are contesting?
No.
Did anybody come out and say,
there was
the one you received was this one, but the one I have was this?
This argument was left to lawyers at the Supreme Court. At Bomas, there was not a single agent, to the best of my knowledge, who said, what I'm seeing here
is different from what I took.
And there was no affidavit presented to the Supreme Court of a polling agent who swore, stating that what they saw on the ground and what was presented was different.
And has proof. Okay.
That's why Supreme Court threw it out. That's why when lawyers were talking about Venezuelans or what have you, they had nothing to back that. That's why the Cherera Four were asked by the media at Serena, you are saying this thing is opaque. You've been announcing numbers. You, not somebody else. You come, commissioner after commissioner, you hold the result and you announce it to Kenyans. But now you've just realized something is opaque. So give us your numbers. You're saying this guy doesn't have 4 million. Give us, what is it? Is it 3 million? Is it 3.9? Is it 4.2? They had no number to give. But so how do you challenge the number if you don't have a counter number to give?
But in 2017,
yes,
you're saying we went back.
Now, in 2017...
Because that's where we are in this story.
This was 2022.
Okay,
now.
Oh, now you've jumped.
I was talking about the problem.
In 2022.
Because in 2023, we were transmitting the form.
Uh-huh.
In 2017, it was a text. It was somebody would type and send a number.
Okay.
And that was challenged.
Okay, I agree. Challenge that thing.
Yes, it was challenged. And the number was not challenged. In the wisdom of the Supreme Court, they didn't challenge the number that was posted. They challenged the process. How did we arrive at the number that landed at Bomas? That process is what the Supreme Court, and I stand corrected, that said, this is what we don't agree with. And because of that, we therefore cannot recognize this victory.
Wow.
A lot of people challenged, they were saying, Uhuru still won, they shouldn't have done this. I agree with what the Supreme Court did, even though I was a Jubilee supporter. We must sanitize the process for the good of Kenya. How we avoid going to 2007 is if the process is good. I was a supporter of Uhuru Ruto. I would do it again if that election was repeated tomorrow. I would still support them because of the beliefs I had of the camp I was in. However, I do agree with the Supreme Court's ruling, because in the interest of being responsible citizens, and for some of us who've played in different levels politically, the process has got to be as good as the result. Yeah. If we really are building a country where our children can vote, because where we're headed is we'll be voting digitally. They won't even go into a polling center. That's where we're going. I'm imagining with the growth I'm seeing on IT platforms, in the next election, it's unlikely people will be necessarily having to queue in polling centers.
My life, I've spent the whole of last year going to Estonia.
Yes.
Estonia, you don't physically need to go anywhere. In fact,
yes,
the Honorable Consulate from Kenya to Estonia, from Estonia to Kenya, yes, Miss Honorable Kadri, Her Excellency,
yes,
Kadri Ayal Humal,
yes,
voted for my office using her ID.
This is the thing. So that's where we are going. And we must learn from our lessons. So when we talk about the process that was there in 2017, that took us back to Supreme Court, then we talk about the process that was there in 2022 that the Supreme Court blessed. And like I said, our propaganda machine here is fantastic. I mean, it's crazy. Oh, the CJ has been bribed and who has been bribed. But you're not looking at the process. What in the process are you challenging? Before you give these other fairy tales, what are you challenging in the process? Because if your polling agents are not saying this thing is wrong, and you are speaking either on a press conference at Bomas or wherever as a candidate, then your polling agents have failed you. So if truly Raila's vote was stolen in 2022, the people who failed him were the agents who never put up a fight. And if you cannot put up a team of effective, efficient polling agents and you're a presidential candidate, you don't deserve to be a ruler.
That's what I was actually going to go into that point and say, in where we're headed to 2027, every single person has a smartphone. That means every single person who enters into that room has a camera.
Yes.
It means your agents can take video footage of the counting process from beginning to end. Forget even video footage of storage. You can live stream this. So you can have 40-something thousand people live streaming this live. It therefore means your job as a presidential candidate should be currently to have the polling people on the ground. So if a whole region doesn't have polling people on the ground.
And my argument is simple. 6 million Kenyans? Maybe 20 million on smartphones? Internet all over the country? And a population, majority population that is below 35 years. If you cannot police your votes, you do not deserve to govern them. Those guys are too advanced for you. If you cannot police the vote, if how you're policing the vote is what we had in Olkalau by mobs, I don't think you deserve to be president of Kenya. Because it means you are not in tune with where the world is. You should be able to capture evidence so well that it doesn't matter what they do. When they go to Supreme, they say back to the polls. And what happens? If somebody steals your vote, let's even forward the clock. And they claim, as we always hear, we didn't lose, the president rigged, okay? And there's overwhelming evidence, and the courts return you to the polls. What do you think will happen? The sympathy vote will be so major, the challenger will win. So these are the games we see. And a lot of times we've taken the viewer back to how we ended up at handshakes. And the science behind the handshakes and the socializing of the candidate who brought us handshakes and how we arrived there has now informed some of the thinking you see today. Create a lot of trouble, you'll be called to the table. Unfortunately, unless you're Raila Odinga, I do not see anybody bullying the current president to a handshake. And even if they come there, I don't think it'll be 50-50. Particularly if he has a chunk of the vote behind him. If he has a strong win and you are close second and is contested, I'm not so sure there's anybody in the political landscape today who would be able to cobble together a partnership or an arrangement with a sitting president the way Raila would. Because unlike Raila, what we are seeing today, they have gone back and they are stuck in tribal cocoons. Which is why I keep saying, when I saw Sifuna going to speak as a lawyer, I found it tragic because of the generation he comes from. Those are things you do off camera. Those are things you do off camera. Let somebody catch it on a video phone. Let's not be on national news. Because you've just lost votes, just like that. Just like that, you've lost votes. There are guys who are supporting you in the president's backyard because of your youthfulness. And now you've gone and told them you're also tribal. They're thinking, yeah, okay, this thing is tribe. Let's go back to our guy.
There's something that I think your generation needs to understand. And this is where there's a voting bloc called the Gen Zs.
Yes.
and this voting bloc they don't stand for anybody.
Yes.
And I don't mean this they stand for integrity.
Yes.
They stand for, they're looking for a leader.
Yes.
They stand for, they want this process done well. Now, these guys are so good, they have already thought of what you're going to do in terms of rigging.
Yeah, they're preempting.
They're preempting, and they're creating technological solutions
Yes.
to counter you.
Yes.
They even preempted so hard that even if you switch off the internet, here's a USSD. There's
Yes.
a Gen Z who has created a platform
Yes.
for capturing and tallying voting
Yes.
through internet. But even if you lock out internet, they've got through USSD.
Yes.
I'm just saying that to say the political games that the 2027 is going to be unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Yes.
But we're not there. We're in 2017.
But just to add on to what you said, that's a good place to be. And people need to find a way to shout that at the mountaintops, so that any leader who's imagining that that is the escape route realizes that that horse has bolted. It's so important, because the more the positive the message, the safer we are as a country. Gloom and doom is what will take us to 2007, where people think there's no other option but to go to war. And I keep going back to the fact that we have a population that is very young, disillusioned, jobless. We need to be very careful. So anybody who's selling an inciting message is an enemy of Kenya. Outright. And I say this because as a politician, the buck, the rank and file of politicians can actually find a safe haven when things go bad. If you go back to 2007 and you listen to what was going on, it is unlikely that there's a single politician who was in the front line of that chaos and that damage and that harm. It's unlikely that there was a politician who ended up in hospital in 2007. I could be wrong. It's unlikely, because more often than not, the politicians are people of means, so they can escape. And because what happens in a country like Kenya, trouble is not everywhere. It will be centered in some pockets. And so the people are moving out. What worries me is what we saw around 2024. Regions in this country that were deemed not to react to issues from a violent area, for a violent space, were doing it. What worries me is when a leader incites youth in Central Province to damage the property of a Central Province politician. That worries me, because that is a large community. It is a big population. You cannot control the youth in that region if they march onto Thika Road. You can't. There are too many. And whoever is preaching whatever they're preaching must know that even he will not be safe if those guys pour out into the streets. Because in the beginning, it's easy to say, particularly when we have a by-election, it's easy to say we're hitting those guys. But when it's a big thing like a general election, you don't even know who the enemy is. And when it is centered, in PEV, it was very clear in pockets where it was.
Yeah.
It's this tribe, youth from this tribe, versus youth of this tribe. What we saw in 2024, it was youth from the same community battling each other. So where is the line drawn? Who amongst these guys is pro and anti-government? How do you even define it?
It's like what we saw a couple of weeks ago.
It's just chaos. And I will always say, nothing good comes out of chaos, because chaos becomes impossible to reverse. Once you go down a certain road, to reverse it is very difficult. And back to the song I will keep singing. Huge population of youth, disillusioned, unemployed, and we've been spewing and selling and preaching anger.
Yeah.
And we are doing it. And it's just being built. It's like somebody campaigning for anger.
But that's the thing. For me, one of the things that has been extremely eye-opening from this conversation that we've been having, there are people who are playing chess, and their intention and their chess move is this. You, as the person who's been incited to have anger and to fight, this is some people's only way of playing moves so that they can, not you, so that they can get into the place that they're trying. So they're using you as the pawn, sacrificing you for their victory. And that's piece, that narrative that is being used is the one that has been there and has worked throughout tribal. So let's come back, and we're about to stop right now.
Yes.
But I just want to talk about 2017 then.
Yes.
So we go back to the ballot.
Yes. 2017. So we are returned back to the ballot. And the reason is the Supreme Court rules that the process was wrong. Transmission process was wrong. And therefore, because of that, they would like to repeat it. Yes. So we are sent back to the ballot.
Okay, you know what we're going to do?
Yes.
We're going to stop there.
Yes.
And when we come back to continue this conversation,
Yes,
and to go down our rabbit holes,
yes,
we're going to take it from 2017.
from 2017 moving forward.
We are sent back to the ballot.
Okay. Okay.
But as usual, you know, I can't leave you just like this.
Yes.
We need to look into this camera
Yes.
and give a parting shot.
Yes.
First and foremost, remind people to
Yes.
let us know where they're watching us from.
Yes. So please let us know where you're watching from. That is first and foremost, so that we can understand how far the reach is going. Secondly, the same disclaimer. We are not the custodians of knowledge. We don't have a monopoly on political knowledge. What we present on this show is partly my personal experience and information that we've gathered either by way of research. We in no way are campaigning for any particular person, and we are not against anyone. We just call it as it is. So you pick the content. Please feel free to dig in and dig deep. I've seen some people who've posted questions. We welcome them. Like I said, we stand to be corrected. So see you next time.
Mine is just to say, do the necessary. That subscribe button is there for a reason. And also like the video. What happens when people like the video or share the video, but predominantly like the video, it gets sent to more people.
Yes.
That's what the algorithm does.
Yes.
So as usual, thank you for watching. Mine is to promise to keep this conversation going. We don't know where it's going to, we do know it's going to have a positive impact on our country.
Yes.
We're not going to have these conversations at the last minute. And as usual, to tell you thank you.
Welcome.
You have taken your time and shared of your life experience. And this has been worth it. So thank you for watching Stori Za Siasa, understanding Kenyan politics.